Hello, welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Vinit, hello Mira, try not to advertise here. Hello AK, hello Nova, hello Nihate. Welcome back Usama. Welcome everyone. Get ready for an action-packed day of Dota 2, the Divine Immortal level. One million players in game now, damn. Morning, Alex. That's right, Nova, that's right. So next time somebody asks question about Dota 2, like, what is something good? You tell them that answer, okay, man? You're 8? You should go to Roblox stream. It's not the place for you. You're gonna learn a lot of bad things. The stream's full of bad people. Hi, Ryan. Alright, see ya. You're one of them, Alex. You're one of them. Okay, you guys want to bet? Here, let's start the betting. You guys have 10 minutes to bet. I gotta edit my hi Panda Blue. I gotta edit the stream start times, guys. I don't want to wake up so early. So we're gonna change this to. We're gonna move it up 30 minutes. There you go. Should copy paste this. Oh, we've got a game. $7,000 Jesus. Oh, it's the Ricky from the other day.
Whose band is it?
Holy fucking high ranked game.
Yours.
Man, I'm so fucking low in Marv. Orange is, oh, teal's even lower. Man, there's a fucking Divine 4 here. Oh my god. Let him won, he's rank 82. He was ranked 96 yesterday. Milan has 13,000 points, are you serious? King Potato.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Thanks, Bimbar.
This is where you win
Hi, Pro.
or lose. Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, he was a rookie yesterday. Is he a Ricky spammer? I have no idea. But I do know yesterday he played Ricky and today it looks like he's playing Ricky again. That Brown 1? Come on, man. You're Divine 6, but he's rank 82. So, you know, this guy's like 7k. And this guy's like 5.5. 5.5k, 7k, 5.5k, 7k. Respect. Respect! Oh my god. Come on, respect, man.
Remember, the goal is to have
That's so hard
fun.
in this day and age.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Look, he's having an internal struggle right now. Fuck, I only play carry. But they want me to support, but I only play carry.
Your pick now.
Oh my
Meepo.
god.
What? Huh?
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. I've come to talk
We lost. Oh, but no, we have some hope, guys. Wait, look. Their Divine 4 is playing Lifestealer. So it all balances out. Yo, Legger. Oh, their D4 is playing LS, so it balances out XD. I don't care about golden unless this guy's a Smurf. I don't know, man. Look at this guy. He seems like that kind of person. Heavy farming, pushing, medium fighting, very little versatility. Divine 5, February 23rd. Divine 6, Monday. It took him a long time to go from D5 to D6. Morning, Nick.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
I don't know about Huskar now. Man, what the fuck is going on? Please no. Brown says he's feeding down mid, guys. Did I just get screwed? Royally screwed this early in the morning?
like me.
I'll play 6, Ricky. You can play greedy 4.
Forward.
We gotta stop him from tilting. He's gonna tilt, and he's gonna run down mid and feed.
Die at my hand.
Please, sir. Please, no.
Why not?
Please, sir.
To hell, and I'm not ready.
What? Man, what's wrong with this fucking anti-mage anyways?
Knuckle under. It's not time yet.
30 seconds to showtime!
It's
Oh,
not
I see lots of
time
good
yet.
digging spots out there. What are we waiting for?
Oh, yes.
Anti-mage is a griefer. Ricky's griefing.
Yes.
Good choice, Johnny. Good choice.
I go.
Oh, I am not predicting this shit.
The battle begins!
Time for strong arm tactics. Oh,
Oh, that right. Good choice, Johnny. Like I said. Hey, we got 4 runes, and he probably got this one.
prowling. Yes. Onward.
Dude, you're not supposed. Whatever. Actually, it doesn't matter.
To hell and back. Yes. I stop you. Oh, yes. Hand it over.
Money.
Feel my claw.
Okay, I'm gonna pull. Don't think they warded anything. Oh wait,
Oh, hell yes.
storage camp is. This is either blocked or it's
Yes.
not blocked.
Verily.
First blood!
This is well begun prowling. Denied.
I'm gonna go stack a camp
Forward.
if I can even fucking make it.
Why not?
I guess I hit it and I run directly left. Oh god, I'm so fucking late for this shit.
Yes.
It's not even gonna stack. Oh my god. Well, let's hope this one. Okay, it's spawned. Oh yeah, you harassed that broodmaster.
To hell and back. Onward.
Oh my god, I missed.
I'll put the squeeze on you.
Oh my god, I missed again.
I've got a power grip.
Actually, a single pull is fine.
Yes.
Regeneration!
Prowling. I go like the devil.
Who's that?
Oh yes.
That guy, anyways. Enigma.
Forward.
Such sorcery.
Yes. Such strength
Oh,
is mine.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Why not?
It shall not be.
Where's Enigma's like jungling right here. No wait, is he? Does that make sense for him to jungle here?
Verily.
Okay, I found him.
Oh hell yes.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask
Why
me.
not? Onward. Verily. Yes. I go like the devil. Prowling. Damn it! To hell and back. Oh hell yes.
Runes.
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get this one. Sucker! Too slow, man. Too slow.
Forward.
Okay.
Oh yes. Oh hell yes. Prowling.
After we cut this tree here and
Why not?
we pull.
Verily.
Okay, I can do that one if you want. Oh, so what's this?
Hell's fury burns.
Is this gonna stack? I have no idea. This one stacked for sure. This one did not stack. Okay, well, I guess you can't do it like that.
Illusion.
Oh yes. Yes.
Let's get a clarity while we're at it. We have no money for clarity. Which is position 6 life.
Attack! Yes. Yes. To hell and back. Onward.
What does that mean?
I go like the devil.
Let's put another ward over here. I mean, I think they have to gank the alchemist over the anti-mage, so we're gonna give the alchemist extra vision. So who's the 3?
To hell and back. Why not?
I'm gonna stack these for the alchemist. Let's just see. There's a mana creep over here. Let's suck him real quick. Yes, there is.
Onward.
3.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I need boots. Makes it a lot easier.
I go like the devil. Yes. Oh yes. Yes. Yes.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
A sucker.
To hell
Sucker.
and back.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Verily.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh man, they're pushing hard.
Your top tower is under attack. Rally, dire structures are fortified. Are you even watching your top tower?
I think we can't really do much until Alchemist gets radiance, so no.
Money changes.
Yeah, I
Top
just give it
tower
up.
needs some help.
This
You
lineup is
gotta
just so
cover
bad
top tower has
for defending
fallen
shit
at.
early.
Prowling.
Okay.
Yes.
precious bone.
Why not?
Oh, I came here to die with Alchemist. JK.
Oh, hell yes.
What the fuck?
Like the devil.
Who put sentry there anyways?
Yes. Onward. I go like the devil.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
But yes. Oh yes. Why not?
Jesus Christ.
Denied.
Oh hell yes.
I need mana, dude. I need a finger and asshole.
Where's the fight?
Good evening, Robert.
To hell and back.
Actually, this is too many clarities.
Prowling. Verily.
Got him. Pushing the ship down, huh?
Why not? Split.
Not the lion. Oh god, I was just about to stun for him. What the fuck is going on? I don't know, but this guy should have his battle fury real soon, right? Oh, he's coming! The battle fury is coming! 12-minute battle fury. Soul Ring on Lion Man? Oh my god.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Dude, how do I stall this game?
Ooh, your bottom tower's
Alchemist.
kinda bad.
I think this guy needs a maybe an armlet or something. Armlet?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Onward.
Yeah, Giantish. Refresher orb on Tinker. New meta, you never know.
Yes.
Oh my god. Is that Atos yet? Oh, he fucking does.
Oh yes.
Oh no.
If your mid
Am I
tower
dead?
could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Hands are tied.
Ah.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Radiant called in the fortification. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh my god. They just push down just like that, man. Come on, like use a rolling thunder.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Fuck, guys. Go, go. teammates, man. This game is pathetic.
Your desolation and the world's are one.
Well, clearly the enemy understood this game way better than we did.
To not fall, you're doing it wrong.
You can't use tricks of the trade.
Rage returns me to the limb.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Forward.
Oh.
Yes. I go like the devil.
Fuck this game.
To hell and back. Prowling. Why not?
Oh, so they may have seen me put down that ward. May have. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Killing spree.
Dude, I hate this game.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Yeah, I don't know why he like forced the anti-mage pick and steal it from our 7k
Bottom
player.
tower is under attack.
So stupid. Why you do that?
Where's the fight?
Oh, oh, look at this fucking panda bear. I had to fuck his shit up.
Hell yes.
Okay.
Forward. Yes.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Oh my god, this game.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
To hell.
Bottom barracks has fallen.
You just fucking run down middle, man.
Verily. Oh yes.
You'll be fine. As long as that top tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already gone.
Yes.
Top barracks are under attack. Someone ought to build a barracks. Courier is dead.
Couple guys.
You wonder what barracks ain't nothing no more.
Got any construction?
Something was killing spree.
Oh, what's wrong with this anti-mage?
The enemy now have mega creeps.
Ricky 7k. It's a game. Confidence?
Your middle tower's under attack. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
No!
We got one less middle tower now, by the way. Dominating! Your agent is under attack!
Seriously, if you're Divine 6 and we have 7k player, why you take his role? Trade commands anyone? Oh my god, Ricky. I just don't understand the lack of respect. I already commanded him. Ooh, what a cool Enigma set. Eye of Twisted Maelstrom. Oh yeah, Muhammad, thanks for subscribing. Oh, fuck. Oh, third pick anti-mage. How do you do that? How do you take carry away from 7k player when you're 5.5? How do you do that? Alright, Vineet. Betting winner 1. Take your points. And go. How do you do that? How do you do it? How do you take... If you're 5.5, how do you take the 7k's best position away from him? This guy's gonna be super self-centered as fuck. I mean, we could probably gauge a little bit about his personality just by his most successful heroes of all time. Like, he plays like these super hard carries and only super hard carries. So you know what that says? It says that he thinks that he's the superstar. I am the superstar. I am Miracle. Have I tried this Path of Exile League? Yeah, I have. See, why did Alchemist pick Alchemist? I think actually Alchemist is kind of good at defending base. Like if you think about it, if he has Chemical Rage, he has Radiance, and then he has the Acid Spray, right? So theoretically, Alchemist can actually defend, but I think he actually just needed 5 more minutes of farm, but unfortunately Radiant understood that they had to end the game very, very early, so they went in all in push strat. So basically Alchemist just he didn't think that the game would end so early. But yeah, I mean, if Alchemist could get like Manta style, Boots of Travel, Shivas, like he could defend the base quite easily against this lineup. Like, they can't really kill a farmed Alchemist, right? Like Viper... I don't know, they just don't have the tools to kill Alchemist in the mid-late game. Yeah, no, Radiant understood the game very well. So I was 5-5-5-6, and now I am 5-5-3-2. Oh, so I lost 24. English only, please. Oh my god, it's the same guy again. You fucked. Oh my god.
Ooh, you get to ban someone.
No, God!
5 seconds
No,
left.
God, please, no! 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 No!
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Ban anti-mage, I should have, huh? But no, but... No, I can't not let him carry, because he's gonna pick carry no matter what. I mean, last game we had 7k player, and he still picked carry, even though the 7k player said in chat, he said, I want to play carry. And then this Mr. Call Me Star guy, he's like, and he just fucking picks anti-mage. Like, that's the kind of person that we're dealing with. So there's no sense in just in competing for farm with him. You know, he's that kind of person already.
Your pick. This is where you win.
Oh fuck, I have this guy muted. This looks really concerning, guys.
5 seconds left.
Where's Razor?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Yeah, you wonder why he's muted. Then you look at his profile, you're like, oh, okay. That's very clear why he's
Welcome
muted.
back to the war. Is it everything you remember?
What comments did he have on his profile? I missed it. Dodge at all costs. Most likely insanely boosted. At least 2 to 3k more. You're so bad, Lamau. Awful player. I don't say things lightly, but you play Dota like a little bitch. Kill yourself. Holy shit. I think we lost. And oh, please don't come in my lane.
Your pick now. Meepo. Your pick.
Did I start the bet,
This is where
guys?
you win or lose.
No, I didn't. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys 8 minutes to bet. Okay, you have 8 minutes to bet on this game. I would recommend betting on lose just because we have orange and blue. Actually, lane this. Full mid, maybe.
I bring the
I
spark.
am
of
Ogre
death.
Smash.
Hi, Ogre Smash.
Do it!
We got this one in the
The time has
Howdy do, good sir. It's been too long.
It has been. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Pretty good-ish. I've won 2 games, both of... Wait,
My
no.
lightning
Hold up, let me check.
strikes.
Today?
Yep, I won 2 games today. I was on a 25-loss streak from Game Ruiners.
Holy shit, 25 loss streak? How does that even happen?
I
Game
go.
Ruiners, like, it wasn't exactly 25 in a row, but, like, all 25 losses in recent history were Ruiners. Like, item destroyers or running down lane. Dropped from 6k to 5,500. Feels
My
bad.
current flows.
I know how that feels.
Quick as lightning.
Thanks for the word.
So for the sake of this game, and possibly winning, Blue, would you be willing to unmute the other people so they can talk with you?
So get cracking.
Okay, thank you. Also, they have an AM top with Troll and Rasta. What
Was
is
that
this? Are they
requested?
fighting?
Sound mute?
That's a mid lane AM.
Whip you into shape.
We win this with Sky.
Pay attention now.
Agreed.
The battle started.
Prepare the underscape for fresh
Nah.
arrivals.
3 runes. Good start, boys.
As you wish.
Oh fuck, the troll saw me.
Onward.
Hopefully he didn't notice that I have a word.
Of course. Conduct yourself accordingly. I go. Discharged. Quick as lightning. Conduct me where you
Feel bad
will.
for Troll. He can't even touch me.
He's touching you. He touched you.
Attack! Path of least resistance. As you wish. My
Anyone have eyes on Rasta?
Agreed. The time has come.
He pulled.
Forward. I go.
Do you get Plasma Field or do you get your passive?
I'm debating.
Very well.
Excuse me.
Conduct yourself accordingly.
Tower's under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on. I didn't realize. That's something.
Sorry, I thought you hit 2 there. For some reason, I hit it before you.
My dynamism increases. Forward.
What do you think I should get? My Q or my E?
Very well.
If you want to be aggressive, I think your Q. If you're just playing for farm, I'd say E.
I bring the razor light.
I think I just want farm.
Already.
My rage incandesces. I'll give you static. Feel my power. The time has come. This will come as a shock.
Careful.
Lightning gift. Of course. I'm under attack.
Ross is here too.
I like to feel the current. A bolt from the
They're coming back for you.
Sends
This
me
is really hard.
home.
You want any items?
From a small
Give me your items.
I'm
I
dead.
grow.
No, I'm dead.
Oh, hey, did.
It ain't over till the killing spree. Double
That
kill.
was very deadly.
Yep, they have a lot of CC for that troll.
Direct current.
I just hope bottom's farming well, because there's committing so much.
As you wish. Ride the lightning.
Are you kidding me?
Agreed.
Fucking hell, dude.
I go. Quick, conduct
Careful.
yourself accordingly.
Ross is back here with the Grim. They're
Okay.
coming for you.
I'm gonna hit Grim.
Bring the razor light.
Sun's up in 2.
Of least resistance.
Double kill.
Nice. Just hit him.
I scorch your name in the book of the dead.
Stun.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Nice job.
My energy.
Oh
s-
no!
Shrine?
To the impurities.
Yeah, let's try.
Of course.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I missed.
Don't freak out, Lash. It wasn't intentional, I'm pretty sure.
Very well.
How does I get this game?
Finally get my
breathe.
boots.
Quick as lightning.
Missing Frosta and Grim care.
I go.
Incoming right now.
Forward.
I have no.
Path of least resistance. My current flows. The time has come.
Fucking hell, dude.
Feel my power.
That word is great. Saving our butts.
Direct current.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Conduct me where you will.
So Grim's running this way. I don't know what he's
I
doing.
go.
Okay, they're back.
I sense a connection.
Goodbye. I don't think I can see.
Killing spree!
What the? Oh my god.
Oh,
How'd you not die instantly?
I took Troll's damage, so.
My current
Maybe it sketches out fortified.
I go.
Bloodlust?
Of least resistance. Cheap at the price.
Yeah, sorry about that. Your wand saved you for the time. I didn't realize. Like, you just weren't dying. I thought you were totally long gone.
They're gonna try.
Lightning.
Going home to regen. Be careful, Tom.
Agreed.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Very well. The time has come. Whip you into shape. Onward.
Invisibility.
Lesh, do you want to come mid and fight this AM? We can maybe kill him.
Get over there!
Oh, never mind. We don't have Sky.
Quick as lightning.
I'm fucking so dead, dude.
Your bottom tower's kind of bad. You gotta do something about it or just sit there looking funny.
I don't know, I'm kind of tired of this thing.
Yeah, top's just a dead lane.
I go.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
Path of least resistance.
I feel like we can beat these guys, but we gotta stay together.
Yeah. Like, they're super weak. It's just they have way more CCM. We're fighting 2 versus 3 the whole time.
Very well.
Coming bot.
Back, back, back.
I go.
What the fuck?
Time has come.
Hi, Tsukimi, and thanks.
Forward.
Games are going not well, man.
Agreed. A bolt from the blue.
This guy's level 10, but he's so poor. He, like, look at that. He's so
Conduct
poor.
me where you will. My rage incandesces.
Careful, incoming. Roster right now.
You know what, I'm gonna help you get this rune,
Onward.
I think.
I was going to stack the camp. I might be dead.
Just keep running.
As you wish.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Come as a
This is one of the
Why is he stunning me? You shackled me, why?
Nice job.
Well played.
current flows. I go. Quick as lightning.
Wow.
My current flows. I go.
Do you think this Necro is raging? Is he salty?
The time
I hope so.
has come.
I'm 6. Pray for the multis.
Yeah, dog. Do it.
I'm all for a little downtime.
It actually pulled me out of a loss last game. Coming mid. You're dead. You're gone.
Fucking so hard to see us with my passive.
I go.
They're from ward mid. I need some health here and I could kill this on.
Heads up! We're back!
Like
The bottom tower is under attack!
Incoming right now. They're on their way top.
Three, two, one,
You're 6. We can maybe meet them.
of course. Agreed.
Oh, you're so long.
Okay.
Careful, troll.
Okay. Okay.
As you wish.
Hey, I'm gonna shrine over. I don't know if you want to shrine or not.
Very well.
I don't need it.
Nah.
Thank you for that.
Conduct
No,
me
they didn't
where
actually
you
hit me.
will.
No. Fail.
Path of least resistance.
Okay, they're coming here. Break the ghosts, please. Oh, thank you. We can keep going. We catch the. He's so fast. Holy crap.
Agreed.
Nice.
I go.
Alright, I got a soul ring coming on courier, so I'll have good mana.
My current flows.
Your middle tower is under attack! Dire's putting up a barricade!
Love how it prioritizes a creep instead of you, Razor.
Conduct me where you will.
Best thing about the
For the
enemy's
blood
top
loss.
tower is it's gone!
Thanks, Ice Frog.
My lightning
Radiant
strikes.
called in the fortification!
I'll give you
M's
static.
farming here.
This will come as a shock.
Would you please give me some mana, Razor? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I think if you push, let him push away. Oh, you have Chrono? Okay.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. What, not your
I'll stun him right now.
Feel my
Sorry, I didn't want to take the kill, but I didn't want him to get his ult off.
I think we probably didn't even need Chrono, but it's okay.
Dire structures are fortified.
very well.
A little dangerous. We don't have wards.
I go.
Your bottom tower's
Yeah, I'm here.
kinda bad.
Very well.
Troll's here too, Care. Back.
Move with me.
Killing spree! The enemy's middle tower has
Fire.
fallen. They better puff on over to the
Yep.
bottom
I'm coming. Oh,
Conduct me where
I have
you
mana boots.
will.
Ogre, stay with me.
Ooh, your bottom tower's
okay.
kinda
Yeah, that was my bad in that fight. I thought you wanted to run. Sorry.
bad. Tower has fallen. Dire's doing that glowy thing.
Wait on a
Eh,
creep.
nothing doing to that side. Structures are fortified.
Necro bottom, Care.
The time has come.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab these runes. Hey, stay with the boy.
Agreed.
Oh fuck, they
Probably back.
they grabbed the top runes
Tower
already.
has fallen.
Path of least resistance.
Rasta. I'm running up sideways.
Okay.
As you wish.
You're fast! Plasma field! Wait, where'd he...
Oh, I saw him just now.
Onward.
This is taking too long, man. This is dangerous. They're gonna come.
A bolt from the
Bad man.
blue.
Oh, they're missing. Let's get back.
I go. My rage
If only I was Pudge.
incandescent.
Would've hooked him.
Yeah, the runes pop.
Is Necro saving for like Irradiance? He's got nothing.
Where's Troll? I need to be where Troll is.
Goodbye, Void.
Your middle tower's under attack.
I go.
Get on the guy.
Path of least resistance.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So powerful, dude. Jesus.
As you wish.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Conduct
Did Necro
me
ult you,
where
Razor?
will.
Yeah.
My lightning strikes.
Your top tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that
Of
sucker.
course.
Where's all our wards, dude?
Very well. I go. My current flows.
Hey Sky, do they just have 100% deny rate on your wards or something?
Onward.
Maybe. I don't know.
Cause like, I see we don't have any in shop and you've got one on you, but there's like nothing on the map. Like, are they just getting them all?
Oh, they killed this one.
My current flows.
Careful. I think you're gone.
I'm coming to
I
save you.
go. Electric storm. You can't escape.
Holy shit, that was
It was a well played, guys. Good job. That was a beautiful, beautiful fight. Sky, you might want to back. Anti-mage will kill you instantly.
all good. You can kill the sound stage.
Very well.
I got Midas, boys. I'm not gonna be so poor anymore. Yeah.
I bring
That's
the
one and I
razor
can kill the sound, I think.
Conduct me where you will.
Okay, what the fuck? How did they know this is warded?
A bolt.
Might have a ward there.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be
We're not gonna push this
pretty
without the
mad
other
at
course.
you. You and a couple of friends could
Agreed.
probably stop that.
Yeah, I have mana for
Bounties.
Yoga.
Ooh, Dankashun.
Wait.
The time
gotta make
has
it.
come.
Careful, bottom.
Fighting right now. I'm coming.
Is a great
Yep. Goodbye. No.
agree.
Yeah. Goodbye. Let's troll ulti down, by the way. You're fast, Sky. You're so fast.
Direct current.
Okay, I'm coming, bottom. I'm coming, I'm coming.
Go back, go back, go back.
I'm coming, I have mech, I have mech.
Dominate!
And you wanted them back. Good job, guys.
Good job.
That is a Holy Locket Necropos.
That's actually a good meta.
Radiant fortified the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Dire structures are fortified.
This will come as a shock.
You even watching your top tower?
I can keep him out, but
Has fallen.
I think we forced him back.
Tower's gone. Nice,
You can
right?
4
TP
seconds
him
on my CP. Careful, Blue.
Of course.
you can't kill me.
Hey, let's not dive. I just want to get this tower.
Yeah. I'm just doing what I can to harass.
I think we
Buy you
back.
guys time.
It's really good tower damage.
Killing spree.
I am. Ooh, wow. Okay. That was worth.
Forward. I bring the razor light.
Hey, board. Maybe we can go back in bottom.
Yeah, they've actually denied every.
Where you will.
I'm coming for this guy.
Do you want me to come, Razor?
Of least resistance. Very well.
Ross or Grim is here. He's got an invis.
As you wish.
No, we can't push anymore. We couldn't kill the Necropos, so
The time has come.
maybe top is a better objective.
Agreed.
Wish I could get a multicast on my Midas.
You could.
You can.
I know, but the game refuses to let me. All last game and this game, I couldn't get him.
My rage in
We're coming, Lush.
Wait for me.
Where's Lads? He doesn't have a BKB.
Got him.
Well played, guys. Good job.
Take a star.
Razor, a Bloodlust for you?
Okay, Matt still.
When I get
I like to keep current. Very well. The time has come. I go.
That's about to wear off, isn't
Tower
it?
is under attack.
I don't know. What was the time?
Agreed. Path of least resistance.
Yep, there goes the agents.
So 2659 really.
Onward.
Hey,
There
3
you go.
times. Finally, I get gold.
Mine. Of
Careful, there's the troll. He clearly doesn't have a ward here. Can you hex or silence? Silence, please. Nice. Sorry, I didn't want him to get his ult on.
I go.
I have the troll muted and I have the anti-mage muted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I got a troll muted too.
Flows.
Coming mid. I'm on my way. Silence.
Very well.
Don't you dare die on me, bro.
Hurry.
Path of least resistance.
Booty runes, por favor.
Agreed.
Mages of Nosh.
Until he gets a BKB and the troll, I'm not really afraid of him.
Gold is a great
I think they have 3 voids. It's a little dangerous.
Onward.
Haste! My favorite
My current flows. Of course.
You go home. Yeah.
I go.
150 and I have Ags. Then I can stun lock someone.
My rage in direct current.
Beware top, you guys are kind of far up.
I go. Quick as lightning.
I've got Aghanims! Wow!
The time has come. As you wish.
Hmm. Oh, I didn't finish that tower top yet, huh?
The time.
He abandoned.
Nice.
Hey.
Didn't even realize it was done.
Very well.
I hadn't seen him in a while. I'm happy.
Dire structures are fortified. Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good. Your bottom tower is under attack.
You wanna TP VOD Void? TP Void.
I'm coming as well. Oh, he's. Oh, seriously.
My current flows.
Where would the Shadow Shaman
You
gone?
guys
Do
just
I-
want to go in?
Do I still want BKB?
Quick as
We need to
lightning.
just kill the
Agreed.
Hellraiser. Hellraiser.
I go.
Well, that's an abandon, so that's set in stone now.
As you wish.
I think we can just go up and hit tower, right?
Onward.
Void, stop jungle.
Regeneration.
He's almost got a BKB. I think it's okay that he jungles for now.
Path of least resistance.
Anti-mage is cutting waves, so we gotta do what we can with this.
Let's not die.
Oh yeah, I just misclicked everything.
No, I stunned myself.
Tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
The time has come.
Troll's just ratting, like, they aren't even trying to defend.
I'll try to hold on.
The top tower is under attack.
The razor light.
Hey, look at you. Now
Don't worry, I got the troll. You guys keep pushing, okay?
Alright.
Where you will.
Look, you pause for Peter.
Look at this! I just can't get it both like a bird!
Hey, this Skywrath was nicer than I thought.
Oh no! He's OP!
Double kill.
He's stunned though! Kill him! Goodbye, Razor. You shall be remembered. Heal yourself, dudes!
Killing spree upon you.
See nature's blasted core.
Those 30-minute runes are up.
Is mine.
So, how the hell did you die, Void? What ended up doing you in? Great answer. I love the communication. Great, great.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have a Abyss of Fate get ready.
Okay.
And how did you arrive at that
Yay,
conclusion?
I have answers. Well,
Smart
one
guy.
multicast, please, game. One multicast.
From a spark, I grow.
Roche is up, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a Scotty.
They have a Dagon and they have a Blade Mail on the Necro.
I think we just go for these buildings.
Agreed.
No, why is he still here?
Killing spree!
Whip you into shape. I feel energized. As you wish. My current flows.
Hey, we need to stick, because you're just gonna get picked off by anti-mage.
Ride the lightning.
Yeah, we can't deal with him unless we have a core now. He's pretty strong.
All we need to do is chrono him and then
I go.
Yes, but that involves a core, which is what I was saying.
Wait, Void's support?
Of course.
I don't know, he's an AFK farm bot, I think.
I go.
Hey, last track, get back.
As you wish.
Again, Roche is up. It is takeable, and then we can just hit throne.
Path of least resistance.
Good.
Very well.
You might want to back up, Sky. Why can't you just go mid? You have Aegis, and we have Cheese.
My lightning strikes.
Hey,
A bolt.
wait for Sky and then go top. Don't get picked off, please.
Onward.
They have a BKB now on Troll. He can actually survive.
My current flows. Agreed.
Good news, Anti-Mage is slowly tapping out in items.
The tide.
He can't buy much more than
Hey
maybe
guys, we
a
don't have
BKB or armor.
Skyra?
They're fighting.
Okay. Listening.
He ran into the Chrono, what? Hey, Razor, go! Razor!
Dominate!
I'm under attack.
Razor can't save you from that.
Of least resistance.
Mega kill! Unstoppable!
Dude, this is what I'm saying.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay, you guys need to respect the enemy team just a little bit more. Go together, thanks.
Anti-Mage was sitting here wailing on me for a while, and no one was paying attention.
No, I was right next to you. It's just that I realized that I cannot do
You
anything.
walked by, said hi, and then just kept on going.
What do you want me to do? What button do you want me to press?
Buy some woods, por favor.
I want you to stand next to me for that passive buff.
Okay.
Because it gives a ridiculous amount of armor, no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you get the armor, but then I think
Of course.
pretty much dead within about 2 seconds.
Maybe? I don't know.
Very well.
Simon?
Either way, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just sad, that's all. Let's
Oh, I'm sorry.
continue.
You know what? How about I give you a tango?
Oh, do you have one to spare?
Yeah, on my treat, my treat, my treat.
Thank you so much. I love.
Quick as lightning.
Yo, Sky, you able to work on getting a Scythe of Ice after that Axe?
My current flow.
Carry Anti-Mage is killing the Void.
Alright, now we wait for Void.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The Anti-Mage is basically 6 slotted right now. He's almost 7. So, if we just play the farm game, I think we should outscale them because of the 3-on-5.
I go. Illusion.
Keyword should.
This will come as a shock.
Oh, Grimshark uses all my illusions. Hey, hey, get out of mid.
Where you will.
No, this mid tower? It's not worth.
Cheap at the
Oh, God! They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Can't be there on your own, bud. Gotta stay back. Like, we're actually going to lose this game if we keep doing this.
quick as lightning.
Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. JDM structures are fortified.
Path of least resistance.
Do they have to TP? Get ready for their TPs. Oh wait, Leshak wants to go top.
And over
Okay.
here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
He has the ability to be back after. Careful, they're all coming right now. Anti-mage is on me.
Hey look, I'm standing next to you this time.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Okay. Yeah, we were dead there no matter what. He's much stronger than earlier. I don't know. Lesh survived, I guess. And Necrobot back, actually. That was... Actually, I think that's worth it. Necrobot back. If we pick him, that's game.
All in service to imbalance.
We should be able to do this, right, guys? Careful, Lash. Incoming. Incoming. Whoa! He can't even hit them! He's missing 100%! Yo, Lesh, do you know what Bloodstone does? You understand how this ability works?
From the underscape, I reach forward.
What is going on,
Wish.
actually?
Very well.
Ward, are you able to cut top without dying?
What a gangster.
Onward.
Double kill!
I'm coming.
Onward.
Anti-mage backed to fight me. You guys don't have him to deal with yet.
The time has come.
Top tower has fallen!
We need dust. Can you buy dust?
Agreed. Conduct yourself.
Hey, here.
Anti-mage is there, dude. Why? Get out.
It's not time yet. Quick as lightning.
This guy's up in
Can't lose
16.
Top barracks is falling. Oh, you are serious! They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
My God. You're fine. You're fine.
I'm good.
Your middle barracks have
Bash, 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 bash.
He has buyback.
From this moment, none
Your
shall
middle
withstand me.
barracks is
Conduct
falling.
me where you will.
Okay, it's just got a lot harder.
I go.
What is this game, dude? This is ridiculous.
Haste. Path of least resistance.
Yeah, kill him and the game should end. It was kind of hard.
I have smoke. Follow me.
A tithe to the impurities. Forward.
Void, whenever you're done jungling and you
Here's
get
the
your
smoke.
MKB, end the game.
Wait. Bait. Maybe you can bait me at this room.
I'm running. Spooky.
Void, come smoke with me. Come here. Go.
Yo, let's.
Yo, they're going
Anthony's
on
gonna jump in.
Flash.
Read the Void, Void. Alright, Void, you're so fucking.
I'm TPing in.
Jesus Christ.
Anti-mage. That's a kill on the anti. Anti's dead. Anti is dead. Also, the Necro is dead. Troll's the last one alive. That Necro's dead right now.
Killing spree!
Keep me vision.
Very well. Yourself.
Good job, people. Thank God these guys actually want to lose the game.
Feel my power.
I don't know. I thought we wanted to lose the game. That's how all the plays that we made. Jesus.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust! I like these troublemakers.
Hey, can you
There's no
pop the
way.
Lincolns?
Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill! Enemy's middle tower is no more! Mega kill! Triple kill!
Thank God, people. Oh, my brain actually hurts at this.
Me too, man. You guys tried to throw so hard.
What are you talking about, dude?
Oh my god, why'd you fucking team? His name is Sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. We almost lost that. Jesus. You have some points, guys. Honestly, it wasn't even a good game. It was kind of close. Dire got 2 DCs. They go 1 DC, then they get a second DC. But the 2 DCs were all sports, sadly. Okay, I give you guys 11 minutes to bet on this next game. Ooh, 5557. We've gained 1 MMR today. Thanks, Benit. Yeah, I thought we were probably gonna win too, but they just made it a lot harder than it should have been.
Wow!
Guys, I learned that it's really hard to last hit with Razor, especially if you're passive. It just procs. You can see it when it procs, but it's just really annoying because you have to pay attention to the timer. I'll show you guys. Look at this timer. Pay attention to this, okay?
Of course.
You see how it just shoots lightning every like 4 seconds? You have to keep that in mind.
As you wish.
You see, I already missed last hit already.
Path of least resistance.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to last hit with Razor. I mean, you gain a lot of efficiency in terms of wave clearing with this passive, but you end up missing a lot of last hits. Unless you're really good at
My
mid one.
rage I enter the fray.
The Lever Gold made the anti-mage so strong that was actually ridiculous. It's absolutely true. Boys and girls, this is the ogre from last game, Jumbo here. I debated everyone thinking that I'll lose. Did I? I debated them, you say? If they didn't see, it would have been a close game, yeah. This is also true. Next update, when Razor gets last hit with passive, he gets extra gold. Gold is a good conductor. Here, okay, Vinny. Hey, Ascalon, what are we talking about again? I already forgot. I quickly, you know, I replied a lot of comments, so I forget the context very quickly. So could you tell me what you're talking about? Alright, if a need for new Ice Frog. Nice, juicy, succulent game. Yeah, we beat that 3 vs 5. Oh, yeah. Glad you agree, Ascalon. Alright, where are we? Mars for donation? Yeah, our team, they're good at farming, but they just, their positioning's a little off. How many more games to Mortal? I think I need around 300 MMR. Jumbo! What's, when did you hit Immortal? It's 5.8 something, like 5.83? Or 5.82 or something like that, isn't it? Pretty sure. Well, it changes all the time, so your answer is probably going to be a little bit off. Glad you appreciate my efforts, Vinny. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm good, man. Was the lever report worthy? Well, you can't really arrive at that conclusion, right? I mean, if somebody's computer or internet just dies, right? Do they really deserve a report? And we don't really know why the Shadow Shaman just left like that. Hey, thanks for being my fan. Yeah, that's what I figured. Hey, glad you like The Witcher. Alright, new game. Oh, the ogre's on the enemy team.
Hey, we'll hold them down, you knock them out. 5 seconds left. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? No pressure or nothing.
Roll. Oh my god, roll 13. Damn it. Okay, I take offlane. I play offlane again, guys. Copyright on music? I am concerned with that, and there is no copyright on this music. Actually, there is a copyright, but it's licensed for free usage. Techies for donation. And D Blue, thanks for the good luck.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Betting's not turned on. Wait. If it's turned on, I would say that it's turned on, guys. Did I give points for the last game? I think I did, right?
10 seconds.
I think I did. Yeah, I did.
5 seconds left. Your pick now. Meepo.
Yeah, you guys have 11 minutes to bet on this game, okay? Oh, Juggernaut's banned, huh? Okay.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
When I play heroes for donations, is it in ranked or unranked? It depends on the hero. Because when you suggest a hero, right? You're like, I want to see anti-mage, right? Well, anti-mage is a very situational hero, right? And you can't really first pick anti-mage in ranked unless you're suicidal. But even if you wait like 3 or 4 picks, right? Then anti-mage may or may not be the pick. So
yeah, who am I kidding?
But there are some heroes that are first pick worthy material. Okay, I have to land against fucking Monkey King. Can we try lane top?
Ursa warrior.
Oye, Ursa, sal con curas nomás. Ya, está bien.
Sorry, English?
You could call this one. I've never lost, and I'll not start now. To all my cubs and kindred, it is most definitely in the bag. Fiercely now. Yes.
I'm betting this one's in the bag.
Fangs bared. The enemy is near. Oh, that's no good. Yes.
Seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that.
Did that ogre have a ward?
Yes. Right.
3 top, get the runes bottom.
Against all strife.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Nah, that stuff's over me. Don't make me come over there.
Tracks of intruders. Set upon them.
This Rubik doesn't listen, huh?
Join with me.
Hey, Rubik, I can probably solo this lane, so you can probably just leave whenever you want to. But if you want a little XP, I'd start, sure.
We fight as one.
Good job.
Let them see our team.
No! Dude, my salve got cancelled. So bad.
For the Cubs. Yours. Push them back. Claws out.
First blood! Your bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the back.
What the fuck? Did I have 3 Jingu stacks? Seriously, Anti-Mage, you use Courier for fucking...
Yes. You will. Take heed. On notice. Tracks of intruders. I'll rend their flesh.
Oh shit.
Children. Ah, back among friends.
till the last building falls. So fight!
What for? Join with me.
For the record, I don't think I spooked Quap. Quap is, she has a blink, right? So. No, she actually doesn't necessarily have blink, but she saves the skill point to either skill blink or Shadow Strike, I'm sure.
Okay, where were we?
Oh, that's no good.
Where's the reward, anyways? Does Tusk still have a ward? We need a ward like right here or here or something like that.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh? Three, 2, 1, let's go! I say what I
The enemy is near.
God damn it, dude.
Go to. I'm under attack. Set upon them.
Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Another swatted down. Right. Let them see our teeth. Yes. Seek the foe.
One more hit!
Your blood is mine.
Not boots yet, I need boots.
Against all strife.
Fucking lessons!
Strength rotten. Fangs bared. Fiercely now. Yes.
Can one of you guys bring this out to me?
We fight as one.
They got the top rooms.
Yes. Yes.
'Tis mine.
Who calls me?
They're solid, dude.
Tracks of intruders. Attack! too. Who calls me? Assault. Interloper.
I don't have boots yet.
Right. Fall upon them! The enemy is near. I'm under attack. Thanks, Baird.
Even I can appreciate that.
Gold and sweet.
Didn't happen.
And you? Join with me.
What the?
Defense. Set upon them. Fiercely now. Yes.
Okay, here.
Set upon them. We will. Against all strife.
Middle is missing.
Baited. Oh, Mars is beating Queen of Pain. Yeah, almost a full level.
Denied. To be so chosen is an honor.
Hey, welcome back.
Right.
Said it was possible.
Yes.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Dire's structures are fortified.
Come near. We fight as one.
Dude, my farm is so fucking shit right now. Hey!
Yes. For the cubs.
Oh my god, dude. We're all dead.
Killing spree! Double kill!
What the fuck, man?
We fight as one.
Whoops.
Right. Set upon them. Against all strife. Claws out.
There.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Yes.
Middle is missing.
Missing.
There, Quap's here. There.
Middle is missing.
For the forest.
Middle is missing.
Oh my god, dude.
Are you even watching your top tower?
It's okay, he's getting mid tower. Mid tower's pretty good.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Actually, Hoo is a command available to everyone.
Fall upon them.
What the fuck is my problem, man? Oh, I would kill them all. Good.
Dominate. Double kill.
Yeah, I should have just gone for that creep like 1 second later. I just need a little bit of farm, please.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I wonder if I still get Quelling Blade.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Who calls me?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
You don't have to write to me about cooperation? Are you gonna pay me money, or are you similar in size?
Join with me. Rifles. Yes. Let them see our teeth.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Interloper.
Go.
Tower is under attack.
Hey, someone TP top.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Enemy is near. They're here. Fangs bared.
Double kill.
Attack. Yes.
Yeah, we can kill this guy easily. Like, they're
You
way
can try for sounds,
too
but can you
overextended.
just not do it just because?
Tracks of intruders.
Your top tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Cold and sweet. Set upon them. The enemy is near. Against all strife. Right. Listen now. It's not time yet. We fight as one. Not yet. Let them see our teeth.
Your top tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Seek the foe.
Okay, man.
Your top tower needs some help. Radiant called in the fortification. Your top tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
I'm not ready. We will.
Lift him, dude! Oh my god. What is wrong with this Rubik?
Your top tower
Right,
needs some
is
help.
supports not buying wards? There's 3 in stock? I don't know, dude.
Top tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
Are there any melee heroes capable of going up against Monkey in lane? That's a great question.
I thought I saw my death among the trees. Yes.
That should help.
I'm so fucking poor right now.
I'll rend their flesh. Yes.
Okay.
Who calls me? Not yet. Your blood is mine. Join with me. Yes. Not yet.
Dude, there's a lich behind him.
Unstoppable!
It's not time yet.
That
For the
lich?
forest.
Probably not worth.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle tower is under attack!
The wild spirits.
Your top tower is under attack. What, not your job or something? Structures are fortified.
Wow.
The top tower needs some help.
Come on.
She'll be fine. How does that top tower go? Okay. I'll wait till
Yes. Warm as the spring sunshine. Fangs bared. Right. Seek the foe.
dire structures are fortified.
We fight as one.
Oh my god, it's fucking over.
I'm not ready. It's not time yet. Yes.
Yeah, vision here so bad, man.
Killing spree!
Fucking Darkseer bullshit.
A short winter's nap. Fiercely now. Who calls me? Against all strife. It's not time yet. Right. Not yet. Yes. I'll rend their flesh. Come near. Take heed.
Double kill.
What are you buying?
Gold and sweet.
Dominating.
I'm not ready. For the forest.
Killing spree!
Sound
Haste! Tracks of intruders. I merely cuffed you. Set upon them. Set upon them. Let them see our teeth.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
Perfect, of course. I'm not ready. Go to. Attack. It's not time yet. Join with me. The enemy is near. They're here. Yes. We will.
Invisibility.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Fuck!
Hey, look at you. Knocking down that.
No!
Dominate.
I need to buy it back.
Mega kill. Double kill.
Vitamins do I need? We killed the Monkey King. Darkseer bought back. We got the tower. That is actually worth it. Oh my god, look. Man, like, I don't understand my supports. Look at this stuff. Max stack of smokes. 4 observer wards now. This terminologist just has not been bought for 3.5 minutes. Oh, I see a band.
Fear not, my kin, for I come to your aid.
Get up, get up, get out there.
Yes. Interloper. Who calls me? Seek the foe. Interloper.
Dire structures are fortified.
Can you stop attacking me?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I'm not ready. I nearly cuffed you. For the forest. It's not time yet.
Tis mine.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Right. Set upon them. Set upon them. The enemy is near. Against all strife. It's not time yet.
Rubik.
Not yet.
That's a Rage buyback.
Go, 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 go.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Unstoppable! Double kill!
Such sorcery shall not prevail.
Fiercely now. We will.
I am not sure which items to keep, to be honest with you. I think I'd get rid of the Orbiven.
Cold and sweet. Yes. Tracks of intruders.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Not yet. Your blood is mine. Against all strife. It's not time yet. Yes.
Darkness envy.
Yes. Set upon them. Not yet.
Killing spree!
I fear not the cold, Lich. It makes me warm.
Oh my god!
Dominate!
Not yet. I'm not ready. Yes. Not yet. We fight as one. I'm not ready. Who calls me?
Where's my items, dude?
They're here.
English only, please.
Double damage. I'm not ready. The enemy is near. Go to.
Got it.
It's not time yet. Let them see our teeth. For the forest. It's not time yet. Not yet. Right. Sit upon them.
Oh shit, dude. Oh my god, there's too many. Hey, Root. Not good, dude. Oh man, I shouldn't have jumped in there. I thought he could kind of survive, but Oh my god, he doesn't have TP.
Pretty mad at you. Your
Should be okay,
middle
right?
tower has fallen.
Sit upon them. For the forest. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Against all strife.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fuck, dude. Oh god. Anti-Mage is dead too?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, these are some game-losing decisions.
Let them see our teeth.
Middle
I don't know what
barracks
to
are
do,
looking
guys.
shaky.
This is just sad.
Join with me.
Middle barracks are under attack.
Hey, just give up mid.
Thanks,
Your
man.
middle barracks is falling.
You guys just take retarded fights. I don't know.
Your middle barracks can
No, mid's gone. No, 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 no. We don't have to fight this. We don't have to fight this. Mid is gone.
We fight as one.
Because it's a really good item. Status resistance, hello.
Tracks of intruders.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Maybe you guys shouldn't just take stupid fights. You guys are fucking throwing right.
I agree. I think our fights are not good.
Your bottom shrine is falling.
The enemy is near. Haste! Yes.
Holy shit, man.
Killing spree. Dominating. Double kill.
So we saved the anti-mage, and he is over here. He leaves us. Yeah, he's kind of a coward. I mean, we're taking bad fights, but he's also a coward at the same time.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Why do you guys take a stupid fight fucking mid and I had to make a stupid play top because of it? Like, you're so fucking dumb. Like, I don't know why you took up the fucking fight where I'm like not even there, and then we just like lose 4 people.
Yeah,
and then,
anti-mage,
like,
it's
we
okay.
lose racks 'cause
You
of
don't
it.
have to justify yourself, man. Don't listen to him.
It's just retarded. Like, this guy actually doesn't think he does anything wrong. Why do you take a stupid fight where I'm not even nowhere near, and then just ruin the game because of it?
It's okay, anti-mage. You don't have to explain yourself, man.
I'm just gonna meet this guy actually. Good, good thinking.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Guys, you gotta buy some wards. Jeez, 4 wards in stock, dude. Actually, our supports are pretty good, in my opinion.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower's gone.
We will.
They're probably coming back to kill you.
Go to.
They're here, and they're here right now.
Not yet. It's not time yet. Yes. What a bounty. Fall upon them. It's not time yet. Go to. Tracks of intruders. Fangs bared.
Refrigeration.
Hey, Carrot Top.
Against all strife.
Your top tower.
Please, I'll
Carrot
take
Top,
a
Carrot
fight
Top,
to tier
Carrot
2, retards.
Take heed.
Fucking tier 2. Why are we fighting at a tier 2? You guys are unbelievable.
Yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
The fucking tier 2. Now we're gonna lose the game because you guys are wanting to fucking defend a tier 2.
I'm not ready.
Top tower is under attack.
I'm not ready.
Just because they show up doesn't mean you fight, you fucking idiots.
Your top tower needs some help.
Fiercely now.
Hey, Darkseer went back to kill you.
Has fallen.
Seek the foe. Set upon them. Who calls me?
Go, please.
You don't have dust. Hey, Anthony, I think we do Roshan.
Set upon them.
God, you guys need to learn how to take fights. It's like so ridiculous. Like, why I have to tell you guys how to like do shit? It's really annoying.
Anthony, shake it, okay? Take it, take it, take it, take it.
Back, please, back, don't fight. Back.
Yes, back.
Hey, you want the cheese? Take the cheese.
Okay.
I trust you more than anyone else on this team.
Thanks, man.
Not yet. Right. For the forest. Push them back. I'm not ready. The enemy
I'm
Stay one way.
push. Push, push.
Not yet. Not yet. Right. Yes. It's not time yet.
I'm coming.
So much armor, dude! Holy fuck, did he get the 100 armor talent? I just don't do damage to Monkey King.
Mega kill!
No mana ogre, no mana ogre, no mana ogre. No mana. Bash, bash. Bash.
It's not time yet.
Holy fuck, this is an ogre, dude. Coming.
Not yet.
It'd be pretty mad at you.
How much talent this guy get?
Fight is one.
He's so weak.
Not yet. Yes. Gold and sweet. For the forest. It's not time yet. Sit upon them. I'm not ready. Your blood is mine. Oh, awaken.
Say thanks about I'm right, retard.
Let them see our teeth. Not yet. Fiercely now. I'm not ready. Fangs bared. I'm not ready. The enemy is near. Set upon them. It's not time yet.
Go, go, go. It's not you and yours will not prevail. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
We win.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Yeah, I'm coming.
The enemy's middle barracks are just a soothing memory. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
It's not time yet.
Killing spree!
Colossal slaw. Who calls me?
A little lower.
I'm not ready.
Oh shit, dude. Fucking we're so tanky.
Hey, me.
Monkey King's up in 15 seconds. Monkey King and Quap almost up.
Destroy shrine.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Cervix 25. It's better than my 25. Hi Mike, I'm okay, how are you? I need like a kill priority. So I'm actually gonna go in the ogre last. Monkey King only if he's being focused. Maybe I think Lich is probably the first kill. Lich kill 1.
Regeneration.
Can we take bottom shrine?
A short winter snap.
You two, follow me.
Yes. Right. It's not time yet. Go to. Tracks of intruders. Right.
Got it.
Go smoke.
Come here to fight or dance with creeps. Yeesh.
Against all strife.
Oh, let him get his BKB. No, it's important he get his BKB.
Join with me. I'm not ready.
I'm gonna push bottom. I can TP in, so it's a good fight.
No. I don't think we fight this. I think we let him die. Just walk away. Just walk away. Just walk away. Just walk. Just walk.
Double kill.
Fangs bared.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Right.
Maybe you take Rax with those.
Has fallen. This is why we can't have nice things.
Not yet.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
I'm not ready.
What? Oh my god, he has fear. I forgot about that.
Your middle tower's under attack.
I'm not ready.
Unstoppable!
Go to. Not yet. Yes.
Holy shit.
Yes. Not yet.
Bash, bash.
Dormant power. Let them see our teeth. It's not time yet. Oh! For the forest.
Here's Rosh. I think it's up. Check, please. Check Rosh.
Interloper.
What the fuck, Mars? Check it! Oh my god.
It's not
What the
time
fuck,
yet.
man?
Sit upon them. Your blood is mine. Not yet.
What are we waiting for? Are you seriously just...
Not yet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
I can TP.
Mortality. Illusion.
We will. It's not time yet.
Okay, let him get his BKB. Try, don't fight.
Against all strife.
You don't have to fight.
Right.
Back from mid, please.
For the cubs. Interloper.
His BKB is coming. We can end the game here.
Yes. The enemy is near.
Let me see Jeffy just, okay? Capiche? Oh, toss come.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Back. Just wait for wall to go down.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Oh, he's so damn tanky, dude.
I'm not ready.
I'm lagging, dude.
I'm not ready.
Fucking ogre.
Seriously now. Yes. Not yet. It's not time yet. Against all strife.
Saka.
Barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps.
Back, 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 back. Back, ini back.
We have buyback. Okay.
Not yet. I'm not ready. For the forest.
Suckers.
Seek the foe.
This game is so fucking hard. Hey, back. We don't have to fight. We don't have to fight.
Upon them. It's not time yet. Yes. Not yet. We will. Not bad.
Oh my god, why are they fighting? You don't have to fight.
I'm not ready. Who calls me? Push them back. Take it. I'm not ready. I will rip you apart.
I'm okay. E for Monkey King, who has buyback cooldown.
Don't die back, you retard.
No, you want to know what Divine 7 is? Just Google it. It changes every week. I'm not trying to be rude. It just changes every week.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And I see a band.
Just wait for one to push the wave. Yo, we can go on this ogre. He's like way out position.
So that's what. Back among friends.
Killing spree! Enemy's middle
I buy
tower
back, that's fine.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tracks of intruders. Yes.
I fear no vile sorcery.
Not yet. Not yet. I'm not ready.
Twice shy.
Fiercely now.
Nice buyback.
The enemy is near. It's not time yet.
No, I'm waiting. I'm not retarded, dude.
Right.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, my team. Dude, the moment Darkseer bought back, we should have just backed. We don't have to take this fight at all. We don't have to do it. Like, we're not obligated to make any plays. We have mega creeps that just keeps pushing in. We don't have to do anything. I'm anxious too, Nai. This game just keeps being like thrown by decision-making abilities. I tell you guys, if you guys want to get to Divine Immortal, it's decision-making. That is the biggest thing. Please just wait for me to come up. Walk away, please.
No, no.
Yes, I thought I saw my death on the trees. Join with me. Not yet.
Killing spree!
Beca, ve. Vaga, me vaga.
Dominate! Your bottom dollar kill. Kind of bad.
Sleep until the threat is gone.
Go, stand back, yeah. Back.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not ready. Who calls me? Against all strife.
Yes, Roshan GG. God damn it, fucking team!
It's not time yet. Set upon them.
Haste!
Buybacks, please.
Set upon them. I'm not ready. Right. Double damage. Yes. Not yet. We will. I'm not ready. Seek the foe. Go to.
Just wait for full team. Don't die with that buyback.
On notice. It's not time yet. Yes. I'm not ready.
Okay, they're all coming, Rubik. Here.
Sentry, war.
We don't have to take a fight there. We don't have Mars or anti-mage, please.
Ah, what the hell are you guys doing? Holy shit, you guys
See,
suck.
decision making, man.
I don't understand any concept at all. It's like crazy.
You guys don't have to be there at all. Why? Stand here for what? No Mars? No anti-mage? You wanna stand there?
Yes.
What are you gonna do? Kill a ward?
I'm not ready.
For what?
Fiercely now.
Decision making, guys. Holy fuck.
Fangs bared. Not yet. Against all strife. Right. Set upon them. Gold and sweet.
'Tis mine.
Seek the foe. Not yet. Who calls me?
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
I am immortal!
Yes.
Oh god, dude, please.
It's not time yet. Tracks of intruders. Right. It's not time yet. Regeneration. For the forest.
I'm not going on that. I'm not a fucking idiot like you fucking stupid Peruvians.
Sit upon them. We fight as one. Yes. The enemy is near. Yes. For the cubs.
Alright, back. We're going back. We're going back.
Okay, okay.
Okay, okay.
It's not time yet. Yes.
Going home.
I think Squap is there.
Against all
Yeah,
strife.
Vision like right here, I think.
Not yet. Right.
Yeah, Monkey King can be here. We need to be careful.
The enemy is near.
Yo, Tusk, we can maybe kill him.
Time yet. Who calls me? Fall upon them. We fight as one. Not yet. We will.
Back.
Back.
Seek the foe.
Here around here. Rubik might be dead. Rubik's probably dead. It's okay, that's okay. Like where you choose to put yourself on the map, you know, is very, very important.
Sit upon them. For the forest. I'm not ready.
Go.
I'm not ready. Have no honor.
Mars, you need damage so fucking bad. Like, you do nothing.
Q. Holy fuck, this tanky, lich time.
Like, I don't understand this item build at all. Like, you just do nothing, literally.
His utility.
Tis mine.
I'm so fucking poor in this game. Playing this game is tiring and painful. Wait, I kind of needed that. They smoke. Oh, maybe not.
Yes.
Yeah, we all have buybacks.
It's not time yet. Join with me.
Dear Diary, today I watched a bunch of dumbos wander around doing nothing.
Invisibility. Right. Yes. Tracks of intruders. Fiercely now.
They're here, they're here.
Back.
Oh man, I thought I pressed my BKB, but it was wrong hotkey. Yeah, I pressed the Abyssal button, but not the BKB button. Guys, I need buyback. Buyback is what I need, 100%. Not about the items, but the decision. Is anyone who's not 25? No, everyone's 25? One of those games. Does anyone have AC on this thing? No, it's not so simple like kill Monkey King, it's over, because they all have buyback now. So there's gonna be at least 2 fights. Unless it's one really long fight where everyone buys back.
Back among friends. We fight as one. It's not time yet. Go to.
Actually, if it's any item that I buy, it would be Shadowblade.
Fiercely now. Yes.
Shadowblade boots of travel, something like that.
Right.
This fucking game though, man. They had to split at some point, right? Like they're gonna react to bottom.
Join with me.
Killing spree!
I mean, I saw them split. They're all there.
Not yet. It's not time yet. Thanks,
Mine is truly a blessed life. Haste.
Yes.
Got it.
He actually can't take a fight.
Who calls me?
Yeah, maybe they're 5 minutes too strong though.
Not yet. We will.
I'm not fighting. No way I'm fighting.
Set upon them.
Go.
forest.
Come on!
Back, what the fuck are you doing? Back.
You chose the wrong friends, noble beast.
English only, please.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. The top tower is under attack.
Top doesn't mean anything, so don't die for top.
Goodbye, top tower.
It's meaningless.
Poker TP, fight. There's two people here.
Okay, you're gonna fight TP back.
Can fight.
Hey, help him out. Help the anti-mage.
Battle isn't over yet. Okay, I'll admit it. That was a cute trick. Well,
Bash! Holy shit. Help this anti-mage, guys. Oh shit!
Killing spree!
If that happens again, I might take it personally. It's not time yet. Right.
Chase him.
Help me out! Help!
I'm ready. It's not time yet. Yes. Interloper.
I'm so glad he just started killing this fucking camp, dude. By himself.
Against all strife. Who calls me?
Oh no, as well. Holy fuck, this game, man! Hey, Mars, anti-mage is still in there. Mars? Shit. Oh yeah. Just throw it. Throw it.
Oh, you guys are so bad.
Oh my god. Oh. GG guys, hope you guys enjoyed that game. That was stressful, man. Oh god.
Rage.
Holy shit. That was so hard, man. Oh god, I'm like the poorest Ursa in the world. Oh. We were 5557? Yeah, we were 5557, now we're 5581. So we got 24? Oh, dude. Oh, man. Okay. Trash talk again and you're gonna get banned. Person who just got muted. That Monkey King pick off was so important. Glad you guys enjoyed it. Anti-Mage carried all of us? That's his job. I'm actually not ready to play this next game, guys. I'm just so tired. Mentally. Oh hey, look, it's the ogre from last game.
Ooh, you get to ban someone.
Okay, Jumble, I will report Monkey King right now, alright? Which one is he? Something bad. Oh, if I win this game, I should be 5.6, guys. Kobe, I want to relax, but now I'm in another Dota 2 game, so I don't know.
What? Huh?
Holy fuck, these teammates are low MMR, huh? Me and Orange are by far the highest. It's my win rate, 52%.
10 seconds.
This guy wants to play Meepo?
5 seconds left. Your pick. This is where you win.
If he's gonna play Meepo, I'll play Jug. Oh, this guy was in the last game, wasn't he?
5 seconds left.
Oh yeah, I forgot to give you guys your points. Have some points, guys. Betting winner is 0. And let me give you a chance to bet on this game. Okay, you guys have 10 minutes to bet on this next game. Go. Seriously, you picked Darkseer after I picked Jug? European dude, glad you like the Jug outfit.
You know what to do. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Anti-fun. Oh wait, this is good because we're gonna play Meepo. So core. So they have one more core to answer to Meepo. If purple goes Meepo. Okay, we have Shadow Fiend now. Oh, Jesus.
Darkness, the light
What makes you think there's a giveaway, man?
Juggernaut. Swiftly now.
Ogre, are you back yet? Oh.
Wait. Wyvern, Bloodseeker. Is offlane our Bloodseeker? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, so you have a Wyvern Bloodseeker offlane, and I think you should join them. I think I actually out-farmed Darkseer.
Yes.
Alrighty. If that's what you want, I'll do it. Totally.
Thanks, man.
What coward runs?
Normally I'm not an upset person, but thank you so much for reporting that fucking like just that idiot. Oh my god, I hate my life.
What did he do?
He didn't say a word all game. He was a fucking retard. Oh my god. I actually want to kill myself, dude. Do you have any idea how painful that game was? Who farms under your tier 2 when your team is there? Who does that?
The dragon's gaze finds
30 seconds to
Alright, sorry. It's out of my system. Let's go.
I'm glad you feel better.
Woo! He's maybe dead? Please hit him. Hit him! Did he? Did he? He broke his items!
Oh, he broke his items! Oh!
Yes! Yes! Thank you! Thank you, God! Oh my god, I love you. Thank you so much.
This went for all the marbles. If marbles were at all valuable.
Alright, you get one, I get one, okay?
Okay.
Bet on win, bet on win, everyone bet on win!
It's all coming around.
I'm all for a little downtime. Feeling fresh?
So there's no way this anti-mage doesn't run down mid, right? Because he just broke his items.
Battle calls. A fine idea.
Nah, he's in lane. I don't understand. But he's here, alright.
We bring our blade. Time to die.
He's really tanky, yeah? Like 61 armor? I mean 61 damage, 5 armor? That's really tanky.
Our blade hungers.
Yet, I have more armor than him still.
Yeah, you're a fat ass. We all know that.
Hey, I'll take what I can get. I take pride in being fat. It means I'm doing well for myself.
So you say. Forward.
Oh, what's this? What is he doing? Okay.
Already moving.
$1,000,000% deny rate, Liz. This game is a free win.
Your death approaches. No less than we deserve. Forward. Okay. Yes.
Nice. I have a stun up in 2 seconds. This guy's dead as well. Unless he just pulls a snowball out of his butt. Like that.
As you wish. Yes. No. Stand and fight.
God damn.
Aw. Feels bad, man. How you doing, bottom? How's mid?
I'm fine.
Glad to hear it.
Stand and fight.
What the fuck, creep?
Guys, putting up a barricade.
Oh my god. Okay. Alright, man. That's fine, dude. I'm okay with that. You think you're so smart, don't you?
What? Is this guy like intentionally ruining by doing that?
I really hope that he is, because that'd be fantastic.
Because he doesn't have his blink, I don't think. Oh, what happened bottom?
Of course.
Oracle's trying to pull.
Yeah. Your death approaches. It's common. The fruits of discipline.
The Oracle solo. Rip. They're so low, man. Oh lord.
At last. Very well. Coming through. You cannot hide. A fine idea.
He's fast. I can't catch him. Booty rune up in 14 seconds.
No retreat. Yes.
Alright, anti-mage is going to the shrine.
To battle. We rely not upon fortune. Your death approaches.
Yeah, what's up? No, I don't plan on it. Usually I go Soul Ring, and then I'll go into Midas Hags.
Oops.
You.
Yes. As you wish.
This Tuskar is not very good when it comes to using shards.
Time to die. To battle. Ow. We go.
Double kill.
5-second TP. Whenever you TP back, please bottle me, Shadow, and then I can maybe kill this morph with you.
A fine idea. Yeah.
Oh my god, there's a fucking Oracle here, dude.
I'm running bottom to help, but no TP. Regen bottom, regen bottom. Coming, Jug. What would? I'm here. No!
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I hope you kill him. Hey, 2 for 1.
What? What was he? What? Yeah. Could you bring my Soul Ring with you, please?
Yes. Can you put it on the ground?
Thank you very much.
The bottom tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Yes.
No. Do you need help, med guys, or no?
Forward. As you wish.
And do you want to go on this guy?
No, I don't think we can kill him because he's got a surge. Unless you wait for the surge.
Let's just pray I get a multicast with the stun.
Alright.
Okay, we dive? We dive? Oh, he ran. Oh.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, fuck me, man. Oh, I was microing the ward. My bad.
Dire structures double fortified.
Holy shit.
What? What was that
He was
range?
outplaying us. Oh my god.
What was that range? That's actually unreal.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
That was my bad, sorry guys. Bloodseeker seems to be getting pretty strong though, so I'm happy to see that.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Come in. Give me your bottle. Shadow, give me. Oh.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Can't too far. You're maybe dead. Okay.
To battle.
Dominate.
Darkseid is gonna get it.
Bounty.
You can have this one. You want this
tower
one?
could talk, it'd be pretty
Never mind, Darkseid is gonna get it.
Thank you from the bottom of my soul. We fight.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Should just fucking taken it. Ugh.
Your middle tower is under attack. Mega kill.
We bring our blade. Fine idea. Your death approaches. We knew this time would come. Very well.
Mid. Help him. Stuns up in 2 seconds. No more.
Battle call.
Whoa. Good job, guys. Whew. This game. You guys are so much more responsive than that Monkey King, man. Thank you.
We bring our fall before us.
Are you okay there, bud? You need help?
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Dire structures are fortified. Are you even watching your top tower?
Our blade hungers.
Your top tower needs some help.
To battle.
The Oracle's 10 and
The
6.
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes. Onward.
Isn't that worth like 200 gold? How much is this worth? It's 200 gold. Right? It might be worth it just the Omni Slash, the Centaur. Oh no.
Oracle's here with the Morphling pair.
One hit. Fuck. Fuck.
Of course. We fight. As you wish.
Dark Shoes here.
Dragon Gates fight.
Dire's doing that glowing thing. There.
What the hell?
200 gold.
Maybe dead though. I don't think it was worth.
Might be.
Hey, nice ulti, Wyvern. We're good, yeah. That just scared me.
It was
really
hella
badly,
worth,
though.
man. No, it was worth. I got 200 gold for that. Wolf.
2 ultis for 200.
Well, Anti-Mage also rotated to useless lane, so... I would say it's worth.
Fine by me.
That's right, Namdona. You appreciate my efforts.
You're fast, Shadowbane. Do the things. Do the damage. Press the buttons. I have no mana.
That's
no
another
mana.
200 gold.
Respect. What's this guy doing?
The bottom tower is under attack.
Easy.
Coming.
Time to die. Bring us another.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that. Double kill.
Hey, Nova. Paratosh has a question.
Yeah, I gotta run home and regen.
Nova, are you here?
This is one of
Do you remember the answer to these kind of questions?
Battle Fury. Very well.
the top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there. Radiant structures are fortified. The top tower is under attack.
Morphling has 4 Wraith Bands and Morbid. He's kind of big.
Your death approaches. Swiftly now.
Coming mid.
Top tower is under attack.
He's feeding. No! Maybe not. Feels bad, man.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
This isn't over.
See you later. Nice punch, man.
I love how I'm getting so many anti-mages in my games lately.
So this Tusk
really
doesn't know how to counter Juggernaut.
Kroger.
Of course. We fight. Battle.
I've almost got my Midas.
Yes. So you say.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
On this. Very
The
well.
bottom tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
No retreat.
And I got my 10 GPM talent, so I'm gonna be filthy rich.
As you wish.
What item do I go next?
Attack. We go. What coward runs? Strength is ours. Of course.
Should I Omni Slash that?
Coming through.
A lot on Nico.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm TPing down. Never
Okay.
mind. You're gone.
That's 5? 4?
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move.
I built
if you ask
Battle
me.
Fury because I needed the Void Stone to lane against Darkseer. It's really that simple.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower has fallen. Killing spree.
Nice. Nice Yules.
Morphling's TPing top, Morphling top, Morphling top.
Here.
Double kill.
Nice.
The dragon's
Ah!
a fine idea.
He didn't. He ulted me, I'm pretty sure. What do you mean 2 times? That's only the first, right? Oh, you're talking to the Wyvern. Okay.
Hey, you tried, man. It's okay.
Battle call.
Where's Tusk? Tusk. Morphling TP bottom, Boots of Travel.
Onward.
He's a dum-dum. Boots of Travel? Kinda weak right now.
Really? I thought
For
it was
him, at
kinda
least.
strong.
He needs... No, the item itself is great, but he needs stuff that he can, like, farm with, right?
On it.
Like, if he had something a little bit more damage-worthy... Okay. I'm on my way.
Your death approaches.
Oh my god.
I'm running.
Your mid tower could talk. It'd be pretty magic.
Do you have any CC? Nice. Well played, Wyvern. Behind you, you got an anti-mage care.
Tower's under attack. What, not your job or something?
Swiftly now.
Almost got eggs, and then I can CC the morph.
We fight. Already moving.
Yeah, they don't like you, Shadow Fiend.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not seeing them no more.
Stand and fight.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right? They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
We don't have Omni or Wyvern ulti, so care.
If your mid tower could talk.
Okay, that's the third TP.
pretty
Here.
magic.
Just walk away.
Can I get +1?
Your top tower needs some help.
Yes. Now they believe us. Okay. Blink dagger.
Are they fighting for farm?
What are you getting after the Yasha? Are you finishing like Manta or something?
I don't know, I haven't decided yet.
Okay.
We're under attack.
Do you need help? Are you good?
Nah, I'm good.
Swiftly now.
The only person who can really kill me is Tusk. Maybe anti-mage.
Run if you can.
This for the Magi.
You have Rupture?
Time to die.
There's 4 mid. 4 mid, careful.
Yeah. It is not time. No retreat.
Killing spree.
We're all so low, man. Feels bad.
Double kill.
Agreed.
They all TP there?
They all showed up. I don't know if they TP'd though.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Dominate!
Dude, this Tusk sucks. He keeps punching me. He doesn't realize that he can stop my TP.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yep. It's just the way their heroes work. I'm coming.
Coming for what?
Well played. No, my might efficiency.
Time to die. No retreat.
I'm running over.
Yes.
It's dangerous. We all died last time. Hey, Struun.
The fruits of discipline.
Killing spree!
For the cause, Wyvern. At least we have time to farm.
Your death approaches. We bring our blade.
Oh, Tusk is really dangerous now.
Yes.
He might be doing Roshan.
Already moving.
Or they're coming for me. Whee!
Stand and fight.
Hey, those runes up?
Help!
We'll grab those runes over.
The dragon's gaze finds you.
No.
Beast.
No.
Our blade hunger.
I knew it was coming. Feels bad. Hey, I'll take that trade though. D2 for my death. Maybe.
Hey, I need help. I need help.
20 seconds. You got Shrine there.
Okay.
Here comes Dire's fucking little cursion. Oops, it's dead.
Oh man.
Don't let him blink, he's gonna blink!
As you wish.
Can't blink because the iron though, right?
I guess so.
Anti-mage, anti-mage. Oh, no.
To battle.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Oh, I passed 100 gold. Aw, damn it.
Hey!
Hey!
Oh, I got him. Well, I'm back. I can at least do lots of damage. I'll work on getting a blink so I can catch the Morphling.
Of course.
Dire's structures are fortified.
You fortified? What the fuck?
That mid lane, they've got a big wave coming, Care. What the hell is this Tuskar doing? What? A very large Nani moment.
Careful, they're almost up. We can back now. I think we back. Hey, back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh shit, dude.
I thought you guys were backing. What happened?
We were, but then got caught. 9 to me, just 1 hit left. Shit.
Feels bad, man. Alrighty, I have a blink, so I can actually jump the morph.
Ooh.
Just hope and pray I get multicast when I do it.
So this Shadow Fiend is building to counter the anti-mage.
The bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
That thing tracks you? Oh.
Yeah, you can't disjoint it anymore.
So sad, man.
So you say.
Hey, they should be coming to kill you.
Our power increases.
That they are.
Paid in full. Our blade hungers. It's an honor. We fight.
Can we get vision around Roshan, please?
Run if you can.
There's some wards for you, Wyvern. They're in Fountain.
Time to die.
They're all missing. I need to get back as soon as possible.
Already moving.
Morph, morph.
I'm coming. I'm keeping this.
It's an Oracle. The Tusk. That's their whole team, actually. They're trying to roach.
I'm here. I'm here.
Get there! Yeah! Easy! Oh, give that to me. Me. If I can catch this anti-mage, he will never live.
Oh man, I'm so glad I TP'd here.
Anti-fun. Come to Papa Anti-fun.
Don't mind if I do.
A fine idea.
We can't take any objectives.
On it.
Yeah, that's about how I felt last game for the like 40 minutes of megas.
That's sad, man.
The Dragon's Cage finds you.
Yeah, it was not fun. Let me tell ya. Anyway, guys, what's going on? What's the plan? Are we going mid, top, or bottom?
Yes. Not yet. Of course.
Hey, you guys just play around me.
Okay.
Those illusions, man. I don't have mana ever because those stupid illusions.
Anti-fun.
Go. I blink in one.
What the fuck is happening
doing
over
real
there?
quick. I gotta go heal.
What coward runs?
You guys help me push.
Oh, my lord. Yeah, I'll TP up in like 1 second. I got travels.
Radiant's courier is dead. Wonder what is.
Careful, don't die, dude. Stay bought back. Chop.
No!
No, you didn't kill him!
Shit, dude. You fucking survive? You serious, dude?
Double kill.
Oh my
Yeah.
lord.
Killing spree.
Shit, man.
That's a lot of buybacks. 2 buyback?
Yeah, I wish I just hit the buildings instead of diving.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Give up one, Rex.
Structures are fortified. You better pop on over and dominate.
Hey, Ogre.
I'm dead.
Oh, my team. Dude, we were winning, man. We were winning like literally 2 minutes ago.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Hey, your bottom barracks need help. Your middle tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Honestly, your middle barracks are under attack. A lot better. Your middle barracks has fallen.
What a fucking waste.
We got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your mid tower could talk. It'd be managed. Double kill. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
What a stupid fucking game.
Your middle tower has
Oh. We were winning 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago.
Were you not paying attention to the rules? Defend your agent!
No!
That's just amazing, man. I'm speechless, guys. I don't know what to say. Here, have some points. 1 hour game, Mike. Are you high? Betting winner 1. Oh, you know what, guys? 17 of you guys bet on win, and only 1 person bet on lose. It looks like this. 17 for win, 1 for loss. Oh, 17 people just lost the points. Oh. We were winning, man.
Whose ban is it? Oh, yours! 5 seconds left.
Go back 1 minute, P.
Your pick
Right,
now.
meatball.
Here, meatball.
Nice.
What? Huh? Your pick. This is where you win. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Ten seconds. 5 seconds left.
Do I always play solo? No, I play solo 90% of the time. You want to know my profile, Mohammed? There's a Dota buff link in description of stream. You can just click on that. Oh, God. Ugh. I am not sure that Ursa's the pick here.
Your pick now.
What do you think, Jumbo?
What? Huh?
Actually, maybe I can still go Ursa. As long as I kill Shadow Shaman first.
10 seconds. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Just think about this.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Okay. Glad you're having fun, Nai. Yeah, Void's a good pick because we have the Invoker. Also, we have the Skywrath. Also, Faces Void is really good against Ember Spirit. This Wind just gonna fucking right click me with the Orb of Venom over and over. Oh, let's see, who am I gonna have in my lane? The Skywrath comes with me. I can play any hero.
I am the Elder One.
From the gas in I can
I'm 3-4-2 for the day.
Yes.
And from this vantage
3-4-2?
I declare with
Yeah.
3. Yeah, I've lost 2 and I've won 3.
Face the future.
Then you're 3 for 5, friend.
That's how mentally out of it I am right now, man. I've just had 2 really sad games. Just accept it.
Don't worry, boys. We'll make it 3 for 6.
Face your doom.
Our Void knows the pain that I've felt because he witnessed from the other team and my team.
Yep, I was there for your last 3
games.
games.
Mars on your team this game.
Why? Why are you
Shit,
killing
man,
your teammate?
That's a 6 sunstreak.
30 seconds to showtime. Lots to do before the battle starts, so get cracking.
Bat is an annoying hero. Just letting you know.
Bat's bottom. Okay, Skywrath, do you want to go bottom against the Bat?
That was my initial plan.
You don't have
I was just gonna be with the Mars. We could maybe get kills because he hits like a truck.
I thought Bat would be. Oh, there's 3 top, 3 top, 3 top, 3 top. Run, 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 run. I'm just trying to scare him.
No, I got the ring.
Time catches
Easy.
all.
Ember, Wind Ranger,
Time flows.
Do you want to solo this or no?
We should be
man.
fine. As long as Lion is aggressive enough, we should be great.
A path foreseen.
They've got a Wind Ranger and a Rasta up here, so it's gonna hurt.
I go.
Alright, Lion, as long as one of us doesn't have Sticky Napalm, should make that one land up and the other one runs away.
Face forward. Dark portents ahead. A path foreseen.
There's lane control here. Should be on fine.
The march of time. It shall be.
You didn't need that.
Face forward. No, 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 no. Time flows. Road to oblivion. path unspools. Yes.
Oh, there's a Rasta. I might be dead.
Foreseen is forearmed.
I know.
Dark portents ahead. No endor. Inexorable.
She wants this thing to push.
I go. I go. Face forward. Yes. My path unspooled.
Nice job.
Okay.
Your time runs out.
That was really close. I almost died, man.
I'll be back.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
Attack. My foresight sharpens. The march of
Should be stacked.
A path foreseen.
Shadow Shaman, dude. She's scared of Shadow Shaman.
Oblivion. It must be.
Alright, Jumbo, I'm gonna need you to.
Bring salve.
Actually, yeah, there's two of them. There's two of them.
Shaman's bottom.
Okay.
Okay.
Shaman's sick with this shit.
You, brother.
Thanks, man.
Time is the cruelest curse. I'm here.
How am I getting this? Okay.
I mean, I'm totally fine with it.
Inexorable.
Would you like me to pull the next wave?
A path foreseen.
Sure.
Time's up. Dark portents ahead. Denied. The march of time. My path unspools. My control improves. Inexorable.
You good there, bud?
Yeah, man.
Face forward.
Okay. Sorry, I hear stuff happening, and I'm not sure.
Time flows.
Oh, that's a Rasta.
Road to oblivion.
Come here, Lime.
One bash. This game.
Ugly pain.
You even watching your top tower?
It shall be.
Coming.
Ooh, your bottom tower.
Thunderstrike Invoker?
It must be. Time's up.
Okay, come on, man.
Lol. Hey, it doesn't matter. Do you remember?
Yo, I think that rune's still there. Actually, no, shit, I don't know. I have it.
Road to oblivion.
You have some beautiful farm there, Void.
No, I'm just about on par.
Face forward.
Dota Plus.
Oh, with Dota Plus.
Yeah, that's right.
The march of time. I'm here.
I can TP in 12. Do you want me to bring anything?
No, I'm good, thanks.
I go.
Yeah, no problem.
I have infinite mana. Just keep doing that, please.
Fucking hell.
You bash him. Thank you. Calculated.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! Killing spree!
He is a regen rune.
Sunstrike's Liz won this game would help.
Attack. I'm not ready.
Oh, that Ember. Nice.
He is a regen rune.
Yeah.
Verbatim him.
A path foreseen.
Oh, hello, Lulu.
Alright, I canceled
The
it.
march of time. Yes.
You know, I actually want this Mask of Death before my boots, so we're gonna do that.
Foreseen is forearmed. Feel my mace.
Just roast him!
Time to fight.
Sunstrike, please, Invoker.
Not boots, so you know I can't really chase.
A path foreseen. Mask of Madness.
Good job, man.
Attack. Dark portents ahead. Indeed.
Where are they?
Time flows.
Bad TP, bad TP.
Inexorable.
Well played, well played.
It shall be.
Wait, what the fuck? It's empty, not double damage.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Lud.
My path unspools. A timely increase.
Where are they?
in power.
Why'd they run away?
Yes.
Fuck! Just last hit.
Inexorable. Time flows.
Killing
Road to
spree!
oblivion.
We can kill bottom line.
The march of
Can I
time.
kill this guy?
I think we need a Sunstrike to do it.
We could
but
try.
we can still do it.
Bash, bash, bash.
Kill steal, kill steal,
Mad bruh.
Foreseen is forearmed.
That's fine, man. As long as we get the kill.
Time is money. Dark portents ahead.
You know, I think I want to promote one of our creeps. I'll let the Dire get the kill.
A path foreseen.
Hey, these 10-minute runes are up.
It shall be.
It's mine.
Face forward.
Hey, I found a Rasta. This Rasta's about to die, I think. Where's our Invoker going?
My path unspools. Regeneration. Face your doom.
I'm probably dead here.
My path unspools.
Yeah, that,
The march of time. Time quickens.
Fuck.
Wait, you yoinked the courier before I could get... Oh.
Dark portents ahead.
Fuck! Keep missing last hit.
ooh, well played.
Oh my god, these bashes screw up my lashes.
Oh my god, I love you guys.
Time is the cruelest cut.
Wish I could say that I love this Invoker,
It shall be.
but I'm waiting for a moment.
Double kill.
I like him.
Oh, he doesn't like using Sunstrike to help me.
Road to oblivion.
You can call
Who
him
is
for
that?
it. He's got a hard lane.
Shadow Shaman.
Yep, I have.
A path
Yep.
foreseen.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Inexorable.
TP for 32.
Time flows.
Okay.
Yes.
I've got my chrono now, so.
I go.
Skipping ulti for a while.
A path foreseen.
Bulwark does nothing when I'm trying to run away from Firefly. Also, it sucks at early levels.
Sunstraight. Easy.
The bottom tower is under attack.
It shall be.
Gonna do something
Holy fuck,
about
I'm
it,
7
or just
HP.
sit there looking funny.
Hey Void, happy birthday.
Thanks, man.
Or do you not want? Okay. There you go.
Solved me, thanks.
Time to fight.
Your mid tower.
Lion, can we go bottom, please? I don't
Incoming
want
top right now. Incoming top right there. It's Bat and Ember.
Okay.
Dark portents ahead.
Can't tell which tree you're supposed to cut. Hey Gabriel, you still here? Haven't seen you for a while.
Forward.
I shall be your ward. I will show you what is there.
Yes.
Oh hey,
Oh
they're still
god,
there.
no, there's 3.
See you later, friends.
Foreseen.
No. They're all there, except for Lifestealer.
Road to oblivion.
Killing spree.
Foreseen is forearmed.
Fuck me, he has 1 HP. Oh, I hate this game sometimes.
So do I.
Dominating.
My path unspools.
I got a present. It's called a kill. Right there.
Okay.
Yeah, I should have called for Sunstrike to make sure I got it. That's my bad.
Hey, are you not a fan of Atos?
No.
Attack.
Radiant fortified your structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
It shall be.
Lion, we need to go bottom and kill him.
Face your doom.
I'm gonna keep complaining until you come.
The march of time.
I'm 1-0-8, man.
Inexorable.
Hey, you don't have any deaths, so that's still not bad. Not bad at all.
Good kill.
My path unspools.
Wind Ranger's here.
You farm top, Skyrath? I'm gonna go kill Ember.
Face forward.
Okay. Gracias.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Road
There's 3 here. Run, 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 run. Shadow Shaman and Bat Rider bottom.
Invoker, you ready?
Your time runs out.
Nice job, nice job. Lion, turn around. Let's try to get a kill on Bounty.
I go.
Bounty runs?
Yes. Feel my mace.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Time flows.
Fine, you pussy.
Dark portents ahead.
Lifestealer's top. He's got a Midas.
Money changes. My foresight sharpens. Yes, I'm here. I go. It
I
must
think we might be able to kill him. I don't know, he's
You
kind
have
of hard.
Chrono? No.
Maybe not.
If you get a Basher too,
I'm
maybe.
gonna come as well. I'm coming as well.
Okay.
So it must be.
You would have to stun him, yes.
Yeah, Sky Silence first, let me go.
Time's up.
No! If you had stunned, my ulti would have been a combo. What? Why?
Final shard.
Well, he's done, so.
He is very.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Your middle tower's under attack. This is one of the things in the back.
He's so damn fast.
He did.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright, that was a bit of a meme, but good work, guys.
Dire's doing that.
Nightbot mid, flipping over.
Nothing to do until that's done.
And the stun this time, and I'll ult.
Inexorable.
Okay.
Look at that! Your middle tower just got denied.
Face the future.
He lived. Feels bad, man.
The march of
Thank you.
He's better.
a path for
By Pantheon. Or Mars, rather.
face forward. Mistake. Gold is forever.
Hey, Invoker, can you Sunstrike Bat? You ready?
My path unspools. It shall be.
Yeah, he does a Firefly up, he sees everything.
Attack.
Okay. Okay, I want to kill Ember instead.
My path unspools.
We're flying, I'm coming. Oh, nice. Well played.
Time is the merciless control.
Yo, we got that Ember. Stun him, please.
Got him.
Triple kill!
I foresaw your death the moment you were born.
Killing spree!
Go more, go more.
Keep going, I need vision. I need vision and I'll slow. Oh.
Foresee is for.
Whatever, good job, guys. Well played.
And his name is John C.
I don't know, that Ember is angry.
Yes.
Die back on Ember, it's fucking you.
The march of time.
Sunstrike top.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
A path foreseen.
I think we won this game, guys.
Nice
I'm
shot,
feeling
thank you.
pretty good about this game. Especially after the last fight.
Time flows.
Alright, my blink's finally up.
Shut up, Blue. Don't jinx it.
Shh, fine.
Face your doom. Dark portents ahead.
He knows.
Road to oblivion.
Of course he knows. He's looking at me. And he did.
Best thing about the enemy top tower is it's gone.
Fucking pathing, dude.
And he did as well.
Double kill.
No! What? I'm fast. Oh.
Face forward.
Boom, baby!
Unstoppable!
A death foretold.
Nice, 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 nice. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Nice. Just in time for the booty runes, of course.
Calculated.
My control improves. I go.
I think all you need to do is Sunstrike.
My path unspooled. Primal shot. Dark portents ahead.
Oh, nom, 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 nom.
Invoker is tanky, holy fuck.
Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower!
Push it. New, 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 new.
Your income.
Oh, oh. Hey,
We got him, R2.
Yeah.
Own it! setting up a barracks.
Hey, go mid, go mid. Go mid, go mid, go mid, go mid, go mid, go mid, go mid.
Go, 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 go.
I don't know what for 20.
You don't need 50. Whoa.
Tower is under attack. Killing spree. Double kill.
Hey, Blue, you remember that time we played in like an almost 2-hour game and I played Skyrat and we lost?
I actually do not recall.
That, okay, well, I'm glad that didn't happen this time because that was a sad day.
We back now. No. We don't have mana. We don't have abilities to get back. Back.
Can we fake back and then fight with my ult?
Invoker has no mana.
Yeah, we do.
You just blame I'm TPing home to heal.
Alright, we're all
yeah,
out.
just get out now.
Your top tower.
Yes. I almost have Yules, and then I'll have some mana regen. Don't die, please. Please.
Top tower is under attack.
I've only died 5 times. Clearly I'm immortal.
The only true is the Lord of Time. I mean, look at him. He still hasn't died yet.
I know. I've been part of 22 confirmed kills.
Please don't jinx it. Yeah, it's over.
Alrighty, time to throw. I got this, boys. I'll do the throwing.
They're all missing. Are they in Roshan?
I go.
Hope they don't smoke at me.
Road to oblivion.
Okay, yes, I am here. Yes.
It shall be.
Killing spree.
You guys know what's dumb?
That's Wind Ranger.
Dominate.
You mean December?
Both of them, actually.
The march of time.
Eilstan muy inteligente, or Eilstan muy inteligente, something like that.
I'm getting the tier 2. It's almost dead.
And my HP prickly. I'm gonna get killed by the Overwatch. Snipe incoming.
Yes.
Oh, Bat Raider top. Oh my god.
Face your doom.
There's a life stealer here as well.
Top tower is under attack. Dominate.
I'm not sure what he was doing, but okay.
Dominate. Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice. The top tower needs some help. Top tower is under attack. Enemy's bottom barracks just took a day.
This game is so easy.
Dark portents ahead.
Alright, we got him, R2.
I go. A path foreseen.
Oh, there's a tree there.
Dark portents ahead.
Coming in, brothers. Time to have more fun. No, you took my kill. Oh.
Yeah, you don't like that, do you?
No, I don't. I'm on the hunt.
Alright, you wanna hunt their base?
No, I don't want to hunt their base. I want to hunt their heroes.
Yeah, but we hunt them in their, well...
Fountain. Yes.
3, 2,
Hold up,
1.
let me hit level 18. I need like 1 XP. Go, 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 go. Why me?
Help! 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 I haven't died yet! Fuck.
Fly back, it won't look like you died. It's okay.
Alright.
He never really died, guys. He just bought back. He, you know, paid for it with time.
Time is money. It's
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. It's sick.
rekindled. Road to I'm here.
Mega kill!
Face the future.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Final shard. Your end comes.
Oh no, we're gonna lose. Ah.
Face forward.
Oh man, how you guys just throw like that?
Why you gotta throw like that, Void? Having a death? Ugh.
Sorry about that.
Just as
What? That felt pretty good. I carried pretty hard. Some good decisions all around. Oh, alright, back to where I was. 5573, that's not where I was. Anyway, I was at 5556 and then I got... Yeah, that was only like... I think that was only like an 18 MMR game or 19 or something like that. Fuck! Or was it? I can't remember anymore. Ugh. 5581? Is that right, Sal? So yeah, I only got like 17 MMR for that game. Oh, Jesus. Why, Keeban? Why? Yeah, today's pretty green so far. I don't... What did we start with today? Let's see, I played... Lost game Lion. Oh, we only won 3 out of 5 games? Oh, I felt more green in that. Interesting. Oh, let's give out some points. Betting winner 0. 5557. So we've gained 16 MMR today. Well, Mr. Meme, do you have 20 hours of watch time? Do I play any battle royales? I don't remember exactly what it was though. It's either 7 or 6. It's not a big difference, you know. Doesn't matter. Okay, I give you guys 10 minutes to bet on this next game. Yeah, I have no idea why your sound effects are not working. Oh, hey, we got another game. Then you buy something else. Holy fuck, he's on my team again.
Your turn to ban.
This guy wants to carry?
5 seconds left.
Let's roll for it, bro.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Come on, Hart. Ah, you rolled a 4! Nah. Suggest picking Mars. Just picking Mars. Oh, this is Smurf, right? I think I saw him yesterday. Oh wait, 300 wins. Yeah, it's gotta be Smurf. Oh shit, they picked Mars first. You have this guy pre-muted?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I?
Holy, that's a really early pick, Juggernaut. Not even a Smurf, he's just really confident with Juggernaut, I guess.
10 seconds. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Oh yeah, Static Storm to counter the Mars. Hello, Namdota. Namdota, would you like to play some party games today? Thanks, Vineet. Namdota. Namdota. Namdota.
This is why I like LAN parties.
Holy fuck, they pick all 3 of their cores already. That's pretty suicidal.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Oh, he's a Meeple player.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Axe and Monkey King have been banned. Okay.
Welcome back to the war. Is it everything you remember? Your pick now. You know what to do.
Do I think Jug is still good? Yeah, of course. Jug is always going to be good because of his healing ward. And he has spin TP or free BKB. I mean, that's those 2 skills right there are game-winning skills. I'd appreciate if you didn't spam emotes. Thanks, man. It makes you look like you're 12.
It is my spirit that keeps me safe, and not mere armor.
Prepare for battle!
With utter
I need
certainty
these items.
that this one
Yo, Pet Lord, come here. Take this reward.
Who's some mid quap? I think Bounty Hunter is going to be in my lane, right? Yeah, so there should be Bounty Hunter in my lane. Bounty Hunter Mars. So I don't need to buy a stick too early. They're not going to be spamming 2 spells. So we go Quelling Blade. Thanks, Lulu. Since I only have 1 set of regen, I need regen right away. We'll go Quelling Blade. We'll go Boots. Windlace. Really want that wand. Phase boots. Oops. Oh, jeez.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Yes.
Alright, that's it. This. Oh, fuck!
Fangs bared.
And then we want the wand. This. Okay.
Let them see our teeth.
Why is BH being picked frequently? I don't know. He's just really strong right now. I can't tell you, I don't really play him, so. How do you get hours? You just continue to watch and then it accumulates? So this game, I think drums are good, phase is good, bash is good, BKB is good, so very stereotypical items. There's Queen of Pain's bottom. So who's likely to be bottom? There's a Quap bottom. So I think everyone but Chug might be bottom. Early Basher.
Heads up, we're back.
Hey, pause the game. We need the Underlord.
Yeah, I'm all for giving people Aghanims. But it might be better if something like Disruptor gets it first, because this blocks out items. Or me, because then I'll just, you know, shite on their whole team.
Yeah, I think I don't need eggs that much.
I plan on just sitting up here until they start fighting.
Dude, where the fuck's our Underlord?
30 seconds to showtime.
Do we not have any more TPs? Or, pauses? They're fighting.
Come near.
Might be a dead Mars.
Attack.
Oh, let's go. Take one of the two.
I thought I saw that in the forecast. Yes. We must meet
Quap by
this
Shadow
threat
Strike,
head
right?
on.
Where is she? She should be TPing, right?
Yeah, she's here somewhere.
Did she use Shadow Strike?
Yeah, he got Shadow Strike first.
Okay. He's not going to get it blocked, so... Should be nice.
Seek the foe.
Oh, it was a bounty. Is it a bounty bit?
I doubt it.
Oh boy.
Sit upon them.
Okay, it is Quap off lane. So that's a 4 Quap?
I merely cuffed you.
He's actually brain dead.
4 Mars.
Join with me.
Hit.
Fall upon them. Fiercely now.
Where'd you say it was warded?
Tracks of intruders.
I'll run to meet the courier so it doesn't take long.
Let them see our teeth. Seek the foe. Gold and sweet. Thanks, Baird.
Fuck it, bitch.
I need a courier right now.
Yep. Sorry, I was dewarding.
That's fine.
Against all strife. We will.
Missing though.
Alright, she's CPing back. Gyros.
Fiercely now. Your blood is mine. Yes. Claws out. Denied.
Sling's actually kind of hard.
Got the courier.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
Nice.
It's tough out there. Courier's just
Alright.
trying to make a living.
The bounty can't get any movement in between this lane and fucking
I'll rend their flesh.
Also got the secure.
Attack.
Dude, I need quelling blades.
Right. Set upon them.
Oh, he got Jen. The bounty did.
Yes.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to that.
Set upon them.
Okay, we got the quad. No, there's no way he lives. He actually just survived that.
Yes.
Bull crap.
Got it.
We fight as
I have no idea how that quap lived, man. That was stupid. And that creep lived with 1 health. Ah, this game hates me.
The enemy is near.
I've got nothing. I gotta go home.
Right.
Man, this lane is so fucking annoying. You guys think you're so good at this lane, huh?
For the forest. Join with me. Defense.
You hurt the ones.
Maybe we should just go top.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Right.
What the fuck?
Yo, I'm coming mid, Alk. Be ready to kill this clown. I'm just gonna
Yeah. He can. That works. I mean, he can just do that though.
Okay.
DD though, I can like 3 cut you.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Yeah. I told you.
Interloper.
Yeah, I'm not gonna dive the fucking tower with Alchemist. There's no point in talking, dude. You'll literally see me in the jungle.
Set upon them. Look to your own. Tracks of intruders.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Yes. Mars the Impaler.
Fuck, dude, just keep missing last hits.
Fangs bared.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
We will. Interloper. Fiercely now. Yes. Not bad. We fight as one. Go to. Sit upon them.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Who calls me?
Maybe I should have gone top and we should have put the Underlord in the safe lane. I'm not really sure.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Notice.
Yeah, Underlord, can you go top? I mean bottom.
Right. They're here. Another swatted down. Seek the foe. Yes.
Bounty hunters chilling, bottom.
The enemy is near. Join with me.
Oh, Matt, thanks, buddy.
Bounty's
New
over there.
member.
I don't know what he's doing in the game.
Right.
Killing spree!
We fight as one.
Killing spree!
Tracks of intruders.
Dire's doing that glowy thing. There, nothing
Don't
to do,
pause.
so
He,
that's
he's dead.
Yes.
dominating!
There are 3 heroes there.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Right.
Well, that's an unfortunate lag out, and nobody paused.
Yeah, you were dead for most of the time.
Rally the troops and get over there!
Against all strife. For the forest.
You guys have runes?
Who calls me?
Your middle tower is under attack!
Half my money's just gone, dude.
Are you even watching your top tower?
The enemy is near.
Gotta be kidding me. Why is there
Mega tower is under attack!
Sit
What,
upon
not
them.
your job or something?
What are you buying?
Okay, whoa.
And sweet. Seek the foe.
Why is there a
Fangs bared.
Mega kill!
Man, how are you?
Man, how are you being so useless? Excuse me. 0-2-0
An
alchemist.
alchemist.
That doesn't ever help his
An
team.
alchemist is one of them. Yeah, because you can't help making him an alchemist.
Almost like I'm dying to a Mars. Do you know what his abilities do?
I can do that.
Guys, just don't talk. Play, okay? Just play. Let's just play the game, okay? Thanks.
Come near. Unguarded.
The top tower needs some help. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Yes. Go to. Tracks of intruders. Seek the foe. I'm under attack. We fight as one. The enemy is near.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Yes.
Oh, JT, how you doing today?
Right. Yes. For the forest.
Unstoppable!
Doing that sooner than this. Yes, and I saw you here.
Killing spree!
Oh, my team is just... Yeah, just play the game.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Cuffed you. Interloper.
The tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Join with me.
Oh no, no. Is you making the exact same
Yes.
There's you don't have anybody to help you.
Hey, there's a BH on here.
You could just go and say literally made yourself look like a fool.
Fiercely
You better
now.
poof on over to your bottom tower. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Set upon them.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Fangs bared. They're here.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Who calls me?
The bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Let them see our team. Not yet. Dominate. Take that. It's not time yet. We will.
Did I just see enemy career? What the?
It's not
Top
time
tower
yet.
needs some help.
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh my god, 479 move speed.
Tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Sit upon them. Right. Right.
Hi, Maz.
We will.
15-minute runes.
Let them see our teeth. I'm under attack.
If you had cast your stuff on him, we can kill him. And he got out.
Mega kill!
I'm not ready. Go to.
I don't know about this game, guys. I don't know.
Gold and sweet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fiercely now.
Your bottom tower is under attack. What does it mean your bottom tower's gone?
Who calls me?
You're baiting me, isn't it?
It's not time yet. Yes. I'm not ready. Fangs bared.
No!
Awakening. The enemy is near.
Oh, I'm so fucking manly. I am so fucking manly.
They're trying to knock down your middle
We can maybe kill them. He's here.
We fight as one. It's not time yet.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Sit upon them.
Oh, my farm.
Seek the foe. For the cubs. Join with me.
Come on, Ursa.
Oh man. I didn't rage. My bad.
Double kill.
That's 4 for 1. I'll make that 5.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
A lot of track gold that they're getting.
Fortified constructions. Pretty good move if you ask me. You better jump on over to your bottom tower.
Against all strife. Push them back. It's not time yet.
The bottom tower just
What the fuck, man? Oh my, oh god. Oh, can't even press and rage.
Walls out. Not yet.
Dude, why'd you just run away like that, Alchemist? You know that you can save me, and you just do that.
Oh my
Actually ruining this game on purpose.
We lost.
bottom barracks has fallen.
Fucking lost. We fucking lost.
Killing spree! Triple kill!
Why does anyone even try?
Your middle tower is
And
under
what?
attack.
Oops. And what makes you think that?
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Your middle tower's under attack.
I don't know. Maybe I should. Oh, dude, that cop just destroyed me. Lane. I didn't. Oh god. Offlane cop. Who expected offlane cop?
Got one less middle tower now, by the way. Middle barracks are looking shaky. The middle barracks is
Alright,
falling.
Cocarnate. Yeah, we lost this game.
Ah, my father was right about you.
It is about to be
Never
red
gonna
day.
amount to nothing.
Oh man, I've lost so many games with Optimus recently. Juggy got more skills compared to Ursa. I don't understand what that means. I mean, Ursa has 4 skills. Jug has 4 skills. Want to see this guy's items? He has nothing special.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower has fallen. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has
I went top a few times trying to help you. And then I was planning to help mid, but our friend there didn't really want to do anything.
Wah wah. Yeah, it's not good. Oh wow, we have game ready. Oh man, I was having Green Day. Now we're down like 3 to 4 MMR. I wouldn't recommend Fort Quap unless you have a very particular situation. Maybe, I think Fort Quap works against Ursa. But I think a smart Ursa will just not lane. I'm gonna ban Alchemist. Right now.
Ban their best hero.
I don't want this guy to play Alchemist, dude.
Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Alchemist ban, please. Yes!
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Ten seconds.
He plays Meepo?
5 seconds left.
Okay, I'll play Lich then, if he plays Meepo.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Nah, I don't really play Turbo. It's kind of a newbie mode. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. For the record, Ursa is the counter to Juggernaut. I mean, Juggernaut can't even Omni Slash the Ursa, right? Ursa will just press R. So then there goes Juggernaut's most powerful ability, right? And then after that, right? Like, Spin is useless against Ursa. I mean, I suppose you could argue that, oh, well, you could kite the Ursa with Healing Ward. Oh, well, no, Ursa's really fast. A lot faster than the Healing Ward. Fury Swipes is superior to Juggernaut's Blade Dance. So, Ursa just shits all over Juggernaut. That's just how it is. And there's nothing that the Juggernaut can do about an Ursa. Like, what do you do? Like, you spin at Ursa, then he just right clicks you.
Remember, the goal is
You use that Healing Ward? Ursa chase down Healing Ward. You want to crit Ursa? Okay, well he doesn't even give a shit about that. Like, Ursa's skill set is just so much, is designed so well to counter Juggernaut. No, you're completely wrong. I'm not trying to be a dick here. I'm just saying that from a factual skill perspective, Ursa just counters Jug, just completely counters Jug. So every time I see Jug on an enemy team, I'm like, okay, I play Ursa. Yeah, like the Ursa, right? The longer you fight the Ursa, the more damage you take, right? Because like the Fury Sweeps just keep stacking and stacking and stacking, right? And Juggernaut cannot do anything about it at all. He can't. Okay, let's go with this. Yeah, after Rage is used, all Ursa's vulnerable. Yeah, but we're talking about 1 versus 1 here, right? I mean, you could say like, oh well, after Juggernaut uses Spin and Omni Slash, Juggernaut's vulnerable. Yeah, you could say that too, right? But like, remember, 1 versus 1, Ursa versus Jug.
Fortune and glory await.
It's in a bag, mate.
Is this a 4-pop? Man, I don't understand.
And see if it's not in there.
We lost someone. Quick, nobody move.
Mate.
4 seconds slow, 30%.
3, 2, 1.
20% slow for 6 seconds.
Dead man drifting.
If I can cast Frost Blast twice. Hi, Leon.
Literally.
I really hope this.
Literally nothing.
Literally nothing? What is that even supposed to mean? Does he have Orb of Venom? Yeah, it is.
Forward.
Hey, Spirit Breaker? I have another Frost Blast.
30 seconds to focus blood!
Nice job. Haha, cocky ass bounty hunter.
Yes. Going.
That's a 4 pop again.
Battle's starting. Just remember, you got a job to do.
And so the dead will bury the dead.
What's Quap's move speed? Oh, I run faster than Quap. Oh, another free kill.
No.
Nice. How many runes did we get? We got 3 runes, 2 kills. That's pretty good. Did I let you guys bet on this game?
Mid?
I don't think I did, right? Did I give points out for the last game? I think I didn't either, right? No, I didn't. Okay, so here, betting winner 1. And I'm gonna give you guys 5 minutes to bet on this game, okay? Okay, 5 minutes. Bet on the win.
Cold front coming. Almost there. Quickly.
Thanks, Lou.
Cold front coming. Truly. Dead man drifting. Adrift. Death march.
Nice job. This bitch is blink. That's fine.
Forward.
Okay.
Agreed. Denied. Going.
I'm gonna pull again.
A chill wind.
Net.
Maybe I can stack this. I think I can stack it. Yeah, you pull it early enough, you can probably stack it. There you
go. No net.
Adrift. Yes.
Oh my! Oh, it's just range creep.
Front coming. Agreed.
Where's Lycan? Did he just give up?
Truly.
Got him. The fuck?
To the cold grave.
Oh man, I'm doing so well this game.
We're starting mid.
Oh, my TP.
Forward. Quickly.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Yes. A chill wind.
I'm gonna pull again, I think.
Going.
Oh wait, but it's rune time. Should I still pull? Yeah, I mean, we can still pull.
Biting
Runes,
cold.
runes, runes.
Agreed.
I'm gonna go grab these runes.
Adrift. Alms for the dead. A chill wind. Does it tingle?
You
Sorry, man.
Cold front coming. Stay.
After I'm dead.
Yes.
Do shit.
Quickly.
He's still there.
Temperature.
I can't understand this guy. Got the fucking bounty hunter there. No, I should not even apologize to this guy. Like, I try to help him. I'm like literally 1 second too late. And he's like, yeah, fuck you, man. TP and let's get wood. There's no mana, huh? Maybe? I don't know. Razor's doing really well, but I feel like Razor could have done better against the Ursa than we could put the Bristleback against the Lycan, and that would have been fine too. Thanks, Lulu.
Truly, get back. Frostbite.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Boom, baby. Boop.
Bounty's on me now.
Agreed.
We killed the Ursa.
Yes.
There's a warder here? Okay, let's put one right here to protect the Bristleback. So I need 215, 215, 215, 355 to cast all 3 spells. Nah, we don't really have flip potential. Oh. Hey, look at this Ursa.
Don't make me chase you from me.
Oh. He has no ulti. He has no ulti.
Okay.
Already used it.
Spirit Breaker, can you come?
Forward.
Hold him.
Nice.
Watch your step. It's 6 feet down.
Man, I'm like part of 7 kills every fucking kill this game. I was there. I'm 3 kills, 0 deaths, 4 assists.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle
That's pretty good.
Don't let him do that.
That is pretty good. Yeah, you have a ward.
Yes.
Over here.
Going.
So, Meepo, do you think your jungle...
Oh my fucking lord! Wow, they really fucking hate me. Running 3 non.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do about that, you guys, so...
Holy shit.
Oh, that's agreed. Thrust upon her.
Mega kill!
The dark seriously, you know, the classic. Every fucking game, 3 heroes mid and wins.
Blah, 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 blah.
Runes. 4 actually bought.
Okay.
Just push the
Gotta grab
fucking
these
lane.
ones.
Frost Keeper.
Oh god.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Hey Razor, it might blink on me. Okay, I died. Come on, man. Oh, I didn't buy my tranquils before I died? Hey, maybe we should buy the tome, Spirit Breaker. Or should I buy it?
I return.
Alright, I'll buy it. I'm coming, I have Chain Frost.
Mike sucks.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're saying. Oh my god. Oh,
double kill.
okay, we lost. We lost. We lost.
At
least it was fun.
Maybe this Razor just needs to help out a bit.
Frostbitten twice.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You and a couple of friends could proudly stop that.
There you go.
Dead man drifting.
Multi.
Oh, I got the kill. Good. I have to carry this game anyways.
Up.
A chill wind.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Going.
I don't know if I should have canceled that. I canceled the TP to the shrine top, by the way, just saying.
Forward.
Maybe that TP scared him.
They're trying to knock down your middle
Very
tower.
bad. This is Ursa. Ursa's close to this bristleback.
Agreed.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, Ursa's top.
They're all on our jungle. Right now, ultimate.
The top tower needs some help.
Breathing room bow.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified. The top tower is under attack. Dire's putting up a barricade.
I hope Meeple does something within 10 minutes. That'd be nice.
Alright, I guess we don't want to trade towers. We're gonna jungle and then slowly get squeezed out so you have no bottom to farm.
A chill wind. Stay frosty. Dead man drifting.
Die, motherfuckers! Oh man, you see, you just got to be in the right place at the right time.
Quickly.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
There's a little frost among friends. Put this soul deep.
I don't know about this.
Avengement is
Hey, more will come.
cold front coming.
Ooh, nice save.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Alley controls are get over there.
I didn't get in.
Killing spree.
Oh, I have Chain Frost, dude.
The only one surprised by this is you.
Burn this whole area to the nuke.
I actually wish this Razor didn't go Midas because I think we're on a timer to win, but by buying Midas he extends that time.
Yes.
To battle. Numb you. Yes.
Oh my god, I was just about to word there.
Your top tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Truly.
Dominate!
How did Meeple die? Died Mars? 2139 ages, thanks Lulu. I'm not feeling this game. Today's maybe red day. Oh, fuck. Ah, shit. Dude, this guy, this Kyle guy, he's cost me the second game now. Oh.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Not alive, but not quite dead.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Forward. Yes. A chill wind.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Truly. Yes.
We all found it. You use their pods. Oh yeah, they're all.
I'm here, Riz. Riz, I'm here. Dude, oh god, dude. Hit him!
Riz, you can kill this Earth.
They kite him, dude, what the?
But okay. Hey.
My Razor and my Meatball both sucked it.
You have a freaking passive that stops him doing anything. Just stand there.
Sweet vivification. Forward.
Spearbreaker doesn't have his ultimate, by the way.
Quickly. Dead man drifting.
Get hit by this guy. Gonna kill me.
Unstoppable!
Let him in.
His win rate with me was 70%. I don't know.
Heads up, we're back.
Let's hope this Lycank doesn't come back, because then we have a chance. Not necessarily a guaranteed win, but a good chance. How's Spearbreaker's talents? 5 armor, 40 damage. How are my talents compared to his? Talents are pretty garbage. I think the Spearbreaker takes the tone. Actually, Razor's almost 15. What about his talent? Nah.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Ugh.
Adrift. Cold front coming.
We're gonna paint TP top.
The middle tower is under attack.
Going. Adrift. Cold front.
It's fake, it's fake, man. It's fake. Okay.
Wicked sick! You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
Quickly.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh god. Please, at least kill the... I think this is where I AFK, guys. I think this game is so unwinnable that maybe it's time to AFK. Yeah, I think we've come to that point.
Nature's form, Spirit Breaker.
The top tower needs some help.
The cold black.
You'll be fine, as long as that top tower don't fall.
Yes.
Oh wait, it's already gone.
Going.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structure.
Oh yeah, I'm listening. So I was trying to Pain and Mars on play all game. Oh, you guys did something to touch me.
Yo, man, your microphone is so bad. I don't understand a single word you're saying.
Does it tingle?
Killing spree.
Stretch break? Yeah, that sounds pretty good right about now.
Dead man
Man, oh, God.
drifting.
Why'd you buy this minus? He's probably really confident because he got so much farm in the beginning that he just went Midas just so that he could propel his net worth. But I think we couldn't handle the pressure.
Whoa! Godlike! The tower's under attack.
Yes.
Found it.
Killing spree.
Okay, I go to the bathroom. Be right back. Pretty sure this game's over.
Your top tower is under attack.
I am risen.
Your bottom tower is under attack. What, not your job or something? Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Bad news about your bottom barracks. Your bottom barracks has fallen. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle barracks are under attack. If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, you're doing it wrong. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks ain't nothing no more. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now have mega creeps. All your buildings are gone. Dominate! That glowy thing's probably next. Mega kill! Double kill!
It makes no difference.
Dominating!
Gold for me.
Oh, I'm dead again? Did they just dive me in the fountain? Looks like they did. Thanks, Lulu. And the Raj.
If your mid tower could talk,
we'll see, man.
Pretty mad at you.
Don't want to play with this meeple again.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen.
They're gonna dive again. They're gonna dive.
Your ancient is under attack. The dire ancient collapsed.
You're a shit raiser. I don't think he's a shit raiser. I think he did fine, except for his itemization, which I slightly disagree with. Not a big deal. Okay, if I am higher than 5.5k, I'm gonna Q ranked. Oh, hey. Oh, fuck. Please do not give me that Kyle again. Please put Kyle on the enemy team, please. I do not want to play with that guy again. Is he... How's... Oh, man. Like, he's a smurf, too. Like, look at this. He has 300 wins on this account. Like, so he's clearly a smurf. Let's look at his account. Is he a account buyer? I wonder. Here. Let's research his account first. So he plays almost exclusively carry, mostly mid. I mean, it looks pretty normal to me. Maybe he's just having some bad games. But we know for a fact that he's very unpleasant and toxic, so we still don't want him on our team. Maybe he's sharing an account? Maybe. But I mean, that's kind of a stretch. It's okay, girls. We're grasping at straws here. It doesn't matter. Either way, I just don't want him on my team. English only, please. Oh, 12:30 p.m. It's just about lunchtime. Oh man, I was just about to pour some water. Oh, gotta click on the safe lane so my team knows I'm gonna play Curie. I would like to play Curie. 200 MMR, you think that's a lot, man? That's nothing.
Ban their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap?
It's Kyle, where's Kyle? Oh, fuck, Kyle's here. Ban Alchemist. Ban Alchemist.
5 seconds left.
Oh, okay, you want to play safe lane Curie? Go ahead, man. As long as you don't fucking play mid.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Fucking Kyle's on my team. Oh no, indeed. Oops, almost poured water into my coffee cup. Oh, Mars. Oh, Mars is the new Cancer now, I swear to God. I see him in almost every game. Tell you what, I'll play HC for donation. And I heard you the first 2 times, man. 3 times now. Can you stop spamming? Holy fuck, look at this kid. Just fucking spam his ass off.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Lion, I can 5 and you 4. Did I win last game? Nope. Did you ban Kyle? I would suggest you write a strongly worded letter to Gaben mentioning this particular person in hopes of banning him. I think that is the only way to ban Kyle. Anyways, he's playing Lifestealer now, and Lifestealer is a much harder hero to fuck up. There are certain heroes that are extremely skill-based heroes, like Meepo, Invoker, Yule Shadowfiend.
Your pick.
Lifestealer is a fucking brain-dead hero.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Let me guess. You don't get what you want, so you become whiny. That's called being a baby, dude. And also, you've never contributed anything, so you have no pull here, you know. You see how that works. Congratulations on Ancient, man. Wait, so it's mid Pango? I think I lane against the NP. Or do I? Yeah, I think I lane against NP.
Shall we?
Lion, perhaps you go top.
Fortune and glory await.
And I will lane against NP. Okay, thanks, man.
Double trouble.
Gaben, please give me good luck. Yeah, I like this line. He knows how to work as a team and he listens. That's actually a difficult fucking skill in this day and age. Apparently, for some people.
With twinned nature.
Don't tell me Kyle's AFK.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that.
So who? Mars is mid?
We're not sticklers.
Mars is mid versus Ember. Staring at Kyle intensifies.
The freezing flame. We ride the updrafts. We blow hot and cold.
Let the battle begin! Whew. Okay, play your cards right in this big range of Easy Street.
No, 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 no. Jesus, titty fucking Christ.
The scalding cold. Scar, embrace us.
You're my follower? If you're my follower, stop fucking spamming. I don't give a shit that you're my fan. You think that because you're my follower, you have the right to be annoying? That's a fucking joke, man. Yeah, I have no obligation to you, man.
Too bad.
No, he's not even a troll. He's just an entitled kid. Do you think I owe you something? So you think that spamming is not annoying? Does anyone here think spamming is funny or interesting or whatever? It's just fucking annoying, that's all it is, and you can't get that through your head. You're a fucking idiot. Fucking entitled shit. Now, anyways, the Vraj, someone who's trolling is they kind of like fuck with your mind intentionally. Like, a troll will make you believe that the Earth is flat, right? When they don't actually think the Earth is flat. Like, hey, Bluespan, the Earth is flat. I have proof. Blah 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 blah. That kind of thing, right? Whereas this guy, he thinks that I owe him something. I'm pretty sure all I said was I told him to stop spamming. That's all I said. I hope this Fango doesn't come back. I need fucking MMR today. Oh, you ordered this, did you? Good thing I have this.
Hey, they're back! Good for you!
Oh no, they're back. I hope you fucking laugh. I don't like kids like that, Master. I really don't. Mommy and daddy give you everything you want, right? It's not how it works here. Oh shit, I missed him. I clicked on the tree, dude.
Ice advances.
Stack, 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 stack. perfect pull.
Ice and fire.
Your middle tower's under attack. Oh,
Here, have
there
another
better be
tango, dude.
something important going on.
Ice advances. We said stop. No two ways about it. Ember strength. Now begins scalding cold. The skies are ours.
Nature's Prophet is... yeah, he's hot now.
First blood!
In vain, we will hunt and go.
You need to pull the big cat. Pull, lion, pull.
Ready.
Thank you.
Fire and ice. Forward.
That's fine.
Ice and fire.
Ember Spirit died
The
solo.
Kira, come top, swap lanes.
You want me to come top? Yeah, I can do that.
Whatever, it doesn't really matter, I guess.
Okay, well, let me know if you need me.
Freeze.
The 1v1.
Party to bed. Sky, embrace us. Yes. By thrust of wing. Onward. With twinned nature. Doubly so.
Not too far.
Double trouble. Shall we? The ruin of haste. We go. Dragon fire.
Hey Genji, next time you say something stupid, I'm gonna ban you, okay? Oh shit.
Yes. Dragon fire.
Oh.
With twin.
Double kill!
Don't come back. Who casts that shadow?
I got a kill.
Speed. Yes.
Yeah, Lulu Chen is great. Small set.
First. Doubly so. Fired up.
You don't have bear right now, right?
Dude, like, I don't know, it's like, this shit's so cancer.
We fly. The scalding cold.
We have a shrine. On a shrine? Wait, I put a ward here, right? Just now. It's gone. Oh, what the fuck? They have sentry there?
We go. Ice and fire.
Killing spree!
Alright, I'm getting ganked by literally every hero in the game.
Yeah, you're creating lots of space, so it's not too bad. Oh, my teammate's still.
I don't see space, man. I see my lifesteal running around.
I'm just saying that made you feel better.
Rune of double damage.
What the fuck? Why that creep?
Ready. Shall we? After you.
I get mana boots.
Ice advances.
Yeah, I can't really lane anymore.
My clarities!
Ready.
Hi, Rian.
Third. Deceptive rune of invisibility.
Killing spree! It'd be pretty mad at you.
I'm gonna stay here.
Troops and get over there!
I don't have TP right now, I just can't.
I don't know. Just like I need 5. Everyone's just soaking XP all game, not doing.
You want me to leave your lane?
You just like be here and just like do shit. Make sure their supports don't touch me. I will like destroy this guy 1v1. Just don't sit in lane and soak the XP.
You know what? I don't like this guy, and I don't feel like helping him. 10 minute runes.
I'm level 4. That's insane.
Yo, man, you're gonna have lots of bad games while you play Dota 2, right? It's gonna be fine.
It's not a game. It's not. I'm not having a bad game. You guys are just sitting in lane. You can't just soak the XP like that.
I'm done. I'm done helping this guy. You know? Like he thinks it's all about him. Jesus Christ.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
We blow hot and cold.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
The freezing flame.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Why would you do it?
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone? Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
The tool to teach.
Mega kill!
Hey, these wards.
Radiant fortified these structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Thrust of wing.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Shall we? After you.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ice advance.
Unstoppable!
He's gonna whine. And I'll be like, hey, well, you said leave top. I'm not there. I'm not top. You fucking whiny ass bitch.
Sky, embrace us.
Are you even watching your top tower?
I was hoping you would. Oh, well, I don't know what to do right now. I guess they'll invade our jungle next, so... Oh god.
As long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait, Tubby.
Have a good cry in the afterlife. The freezing
Wait a minute, they have vision here. So the ward is right here then.
doubly so. Forward.
Fuck. Where's the ward?
Wow.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fired up.
Yeah, go ahead. There we go. Just want to play my game. Taking away my chill vibes.
Hot and cold. Shall we? After you. We fly.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, good. Ooh.
Still fine.
There would be consequences.
Double kill. Dire structures are fortified.
Well, at least we got the Morphin, so.
Never refuse gold.
Yep.
Gold for my master.
Oh boy, what a nice combo. Mommy! Mommy! Mom! Good job, everyone. Spreading the PMA vibes. Oh shit. This is really awkward. Oh. Oh god. I think I buy my items before I die. Oh god. Oh god.
Dominate!
Mars the Impaler!
Fuck you. I put a. Oh god, so they have vision here. So they have vision anywhere in this giant green circle. Oh. Yeah, that's right. When you can't lose money if you don't have any money. I'm actually really rich for where I'm supposed to be.
Embrace us.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified. Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. You better puff on over to your bottom tower. Enemy's top tower has fallen. I guess they built on a fault line.
Where's the other guy? Oh yeah. Double kill! Double kill!
Whoa! Godlike!
Nice.
Oh, he's denying it. He's denying his own words. Is there a name for that?
Doubly so.
Oh god, I'm dead.
We blow hot and
Mommy.
the team.
Pone! Heads up, we're back.
Yeah, rage buyback.
My fuel.
Let's save this kill. Oh shit. Oh, he's dead, dude.
Yes.
Oh, what? How I missed Nature's Prophet?
Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill!
See you later, friends. See you later, friends. Hey, hey, I'm not done with you.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh, my team still did.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker. And over here we have your middle tower, not being there no more.
I want this time.
Embrace us. Ice advances.
Well, sometimes you just gotta spend that unreliable gold, right?
Shall we? After you.
Oh god. Jakira! 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 Oh god. Oh god. He dead.
Top tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the back.
Can I even do anything?
Your top tower needs some help. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Come on, guys, just stop communicating and just play the game. Thanks. So didn't I put a sentry there earlier, or did I imagine that? Here, let's go find out. Conduct an experiment. Okay, I'm pretty sure I did do that a while back. What the? I'm dead.
Mega kill!
Got my sentry. We keep having a sentry battle. First I put sentry, then he put sentry, then I put sentry, and then he put sentry. That's 200 gold that we both spent for absolutely nothing. Holy shit, Ember Spirit. Oh no, maybe I should have bought back.
Dominate! Double kill! Unstoppable! Your bottom tower's kinda bad. Your bottom barracks are under attack!
Yeah, you know what, this Kyle guy, this is the third game.
Bad news about your bottom barracks. Your
It was the third game I've lost because of Kyle.
fallen. I hope you don't pay for lessons or nothing. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Maybe you'd call this the fortification.
What?
Wicked sick!
Oh my god. Can't believe I missed that.
I'm spring-loaded.
Die. Die. Uh-oh, Ember Spirit's dead. Okay, I'm pretty sure we lost this game. Alright, now I'm not so sure.
Double kill. The middle barracks are under attack.
He has 21 charges.
The middle tower's under attack.
Oh yeah! 10 kill streak goes to Kyle. Ugh. Fucking Kyle.
The middle tower is under attack.
Freeze and burn. Go for my master. Ice and fire.
Come back? Yeah, I hope so. Catapult versus catapult.
We ride the updrafts. Fired up.
Need some more wards. We still haven't taken mid tower yet. Oh, it's just a lion. Oh, but there's a shadow shaman here. Oh, honey! Thanks, buddy. I really appreciate that. But I just like the content.
Thanks for the great content.
Oh, there's some more flying here. Oh god. 2 radiance? Oh my god. I mean, oh my god. I don't know who to help. Ember pop back. Oh my god. Oh, oh, get me out of this shit. Two days off, that sounds fantastic. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh shit, oh, he dodged that one.
Double kill! Double kill!
What the fuck, man? We lost this game. Ember Spirit's just gone. Ember abandoned. God help me.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
You should have left the barracks.
Your mid tower can talk.
Yeah, dive me, bros. Don't dive me. Oh, Kyle! Kyle!
Your middle tower's under attack. You got one less middle tower
Oh.
now, by the way.
I think the Ember is a smurf for the record.
Middle tower has fallen. Who said that structures are fortified?
You're gonna game as much as you can. Alright, Hottie, we're gonna have to play some Dota 2. Not this next game, though.
You gotta defend your
Abandon makes the game not count. Yeah, that's not how it works. If that was how it works, like someone would abandon just before the throne, right, gets destroyed, and then 4 people would walk away scot-free with no penalty, right? But that sounds really overpowered, don't you think? Oh fuck. Oh. God, that lone druid sucked dick. And so did the lifestealer. Kyle, we're not gonna play ranked game right now because I'm just so scared of having this guy on my fucking team. You have a haircut appointment? Nice. What kind of style are you gonna get, Hottie? Yeah, we're playing unranked. I can't dig it anymore. I do not want Kyle on my team. He's been on my game 3 times and we have 3 losses. And I think I just lost 31 MMR. At least 5499 is kind of a cool number. Okay, I think I play 1 or 2 more games, guys. And I'm done for today. I've lost 57 MMR today, I think. Something like that. You know, if I have a feeling that if Kyle wasn't in my game in the last 3 games, instead of losing something like 75 MMR, I would have gained 75 MMR, maybe. So maybe I could be 5.65k right now. For fucking Kyle. God damn it. What is up with Kyles and Karens anyways? Yeah, I want to carry. Nerubian dude, don't I owe you a game of some sort?
Oh God! No, God!
You hear it, Nerubian dude?
No!
Hey man.
No! No!
Didn't you want to see like Luna or something like that? I actually did play Luna the other day, but I'm not sure if you were there. Yeah, to be honest, actually the Lone Druid was way worse than Lifestealer this game, but still, I'm just tired of having this guy on my team. And Joker for donation? Yeah, it was actually a pretty even game up until about 23 minutes, and then... What MMR do you hit Immortal these days? Hey, Fan of Blue. That number changes every week, and I do not keep track, so it's better for you to Google it. Vinny, what are you talking about? The music is just a reflection of my emotions. Slide out for donation. Hola, Benny. Please speak in English. Thanks, Ferdy from Jakarta. Yeah, anyways, Fan of Blue, just remember that any medal, any MMR requirements for medals change constantly, so I cannot update that for you. It's kind of like the price of computer parts, or oil and gas, or the US dollar. Nice joke, Vinny. Now you're Russian, so does that mean you weren't Russian before? Glad you like the cup, goo. Okay, man, you're from Peru. Alright. Holy shit. Last time I said that, do you remember how I replied to you? He just said the same thing already, and then I was like, okay, sure. Joker for donation. And then he goes and says the exact same thing again. Generally, I don't mind if people tell me to play heroes. And then I give them the same standard reply. Oh yeah, sure. Luna for donation and Joker for donation. But then they just ask the same question again. What do you even fucking do in that situation, guys? Yeah, man, I'm not doing so well today. I've been losing games. Losing games pisses me off. Why is achieving Mortal so goddamn hard? You guys are funny people. You are so funny. Give me a game, please. Thanks, Ferdy. I played Invoker just, I think, like 3 or 4 days ago. When I finally hit Immortal, I'll be even happier. I suppose so. Don't you shift to normal games for a while when you're not in a good streak, mate? Yes, sometimes. Glad you like the chillness of the stream, GM. Yeah, most people like love it when they get just a little bit of attention. I don't blame you. You know, Phantom Blue, it doesn't really start to slow down until you get close to 7K. I don't think I'm hitting 7K. No 7K this year, I think. Maybe next year? I think even 7K is not that bad. But if you, yeah, once you get to 8K, 9K, then it starts to get a little ridiculous. And yeah, this queue is taking way too long. It's actually driving me insane. I just want to win a game today. How's my rank today? Why do people take advantage in your chat? It is so goddamn damn.
Smoke weed every day.
Road to TI? Yeah, maybe one day. Thanks, man. Coming to Jakarta? Nah, I'm good, man. I heard. The government of Canada released a statement on the traveling conditions of Indonesia, and there are travel risks, level 2 travel risk with Indonesia because of terrorism. So until you guys become a little bit safer in terms of your country's security, Indonesia is not on my schedule of countries to visit. Yeah, hopefully Green Day tomorrow, Afik. Thanks, Hamza. Hi, Hunter. You love the way I say terrorism? Is that not the standard way of saying terrorism? I'm from Canada. We speak best English. Hi, Sashi. Thanks, Gobus. If this queue goes past 15 minutes, I am queuing ranked. How old am I? I'm 30 years old. Hey, Pram Bunty, thanks, man. Unfortunately, although I am quite good at this game, remember, to play in tournaments and actually make money, there's only a small pool of players who are actually good enough to do that. And it's like 100 players out of 10 million Dota 2 players. So 100 out of 10 million, a very, 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 very small chance of that happening. Cute English. Thank you. Indonesia is only about Bali Island. You hear that, Indonesians? Bali is the only nice place in Indonesia, is what he's saying.
5 seconds left.
Let me play carry, please. Play some PA.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I?
This guy has 133 matches. Clearly a Smurf, if he's in the same game with me.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
There's a BJ in this game. Pick, motherfuckers, pick. What is your signature hero? Are you kidding me? How do you think I would know what your signature hero is?
Smoke weed every day.
You know, guys, sometimes I just get asked these questions that are just so ridiculous that I don't even know how to answer them because they don't really make sense, right? Like, pretty much every day I get asked, hey, Bluespan, when are you going to get married? July 21st, 2023? 3:21 p.m.? Hey, Bluespan, why are you not wearing a hat today?
Okay, your pick now.
Because I didn't
You
feel
know
like
what
it?
to do. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
What graphics card do I have? If you read description of stream, there is a list of all my equipment, and then
10 seconds.
you can get your answer there. Okay, man.
5 seconds left.
Please pick. Come on. Yes, thank you. Nature's Prophet. I don't smoke weed every day. I'm just playing the sound effect when someone says something stupid.
Smoke weed every day.
Like that guy, he's like, "Hey, Bluespan, what is my signature hero?" And I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to know?
Smoke weed every day.
You see how that works? Is weed legal in Canada? Yes. What game am I?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Fanblue, could you please not do that? That's creepy.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Your pick now.
I don't know what the
Meepo.
best pick is.
What? Huh? Ten seconds.
Faces Void's pretty good.
5 seconds left.
But you know what? I want to play Weaver. I really hope this guy doesn't pick Faces Void. Okay, good. Please, Gaben, just let me win this game.
The threads of fate are mine to weave. Bitter pattern. Prepare for battle.
Thanks, Fanblue. It's not that funny of a joke, but I see that you backed down a little bit and you don't really mean it, which is good.
Scatter.
Thanks, Lulu. Who is Gaben? This fucking guy. Don't think that I don't know what you're doing, man. This guy's asking me dumb questions on purpose. I know. Maybe we can get first blood.
Seconds to showtime! Slash! Out of time's weave. The battle begins! Yes. Let's weave a battle plan. I must.
Could I even get the run? I think I didn't.
Yes.
Monkey King Rubik, huh? Okay. No problem.
Shuttle off. Cut and weave.
I almost feel bad.
Yes.
Denied.
Caught. Scuttling in.
I almost feel bad.
Yes.
First blood!
First blood.
Tear the threads.
It was ours all along.
Creep and crawl. I bloom. Snip, snip.
Good job, Monkey King. You missed deny.
Yes. I am compelled. Clickety click. Skitter on. Clickety click.
What need have I for
I am compelled. Shuttle off.
Sucker. Thanks, man.
Thanks. Yes.
No.
I loom. Scuttling in.
Ooh, how did he? Oh,
almost
wow.
feel bad.
What a nice dodge.
Yes. Yes. A golden thread. Bitter pattern. Yes. I'm under attack. Rend you.
Denied.
I must. Time yet. Cut and weave.
Help! Help!
Yes.
Sucker!
I am compelled.
Sucker!
Cut and weave.
Oh!
Yes. Attack.
Alright.
Our fates were woven
You die with me, Rubik, you fucking shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. You die with me, Rubik. You're still dying.
Killing spree.
I spring from the loom. Bitter pattern.
The seeds of fortune.
Oh shit.
A golden
Yeah, you
thread.
stay right there, Rubik. You fucking shit.
Yes.
What is Monkey King doing?
Scuttling in. Yes.
I almost feel bad.
Loom. Yes. I must. Infest.
You're not getting what you came for.
Yes. Shuttle off. Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Oh, I got it! Cut you down.
I almost feel bad.
Into the fray.
Word the word. Oh, I was gonna eat that, dude. Oh, finally! Took him once. There we go.
Not ready. A feast for my beetles.
You did. You did? You did! Hey man, let's go shrine.
Yes.
What the fuck's my weaver doing?
Creep and crawl. I loom. Bitter pattern.
I almost feel bad.
I am compelled.
Is he? 8 Morphling versus 7 Walker?
Not yet.
Oh my god, dude. Oh fuck! Oh, I hit by double Starstorm? You have Starstorm, you fool! Oh my god!
I almost feel bad.
More things for me to sacred grove. Get up! Get out there! Yes. My venom dissipates. Killing spree! Torn them!
Warriors of the wood.
Guy's putting up a barricade. Your bottom tower is under attack. Scuttling in.
You die, Morphling!
Yes. So vulnerable. Scuttling in. I'm not ready. Cut and weave. Killing spree! Double kill! And crawl. The bottom tower is under attack.
Here.
Enemy's middle tower is no more. Strike. I pay for this. Not enough mana.
Dude, this hero's so fun.
Out of times we... Dire structures are fortified. Tear the threads.
What the? Who? What? How? What? How did I die? Is he invisible and just on top of me? No Star Storm? He's fucking trash talking Rubik. For the record, I think Miranda's arrows are really not that good.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Very smooth. Hey, welcome back. Shuttle off. Shadows take us. It's not time yet. Skitter on. Skitter scatter.
Oh fuck.
Dominate! You lack discipline. Yes.
Man, I don't really know what's going on in this game.
Mega kill! Double kill! Already. It's not time yet. Invest in more. Double kill! Bitter patter.
I think I'm good.
Yes.
I'm good, I'm good. Hey.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Yet.
Bunch of gangsters surviving with like 10% HP. His ult isn't lethal. Yes, I fucking knew that.
Cut and weave. Scuttling in. Waste nothing.
Is this Fortnite? Yes, it is.
Swarm them. Bitter patter.
Expected.
Your consciousness is
When am I gonna start streaming Dota again? I don't know. I think Fortnite's just a better game, you know? I'm a big fan of Battle Royales. Nam Dota, did you want to play some party games? I asked you earlier. I think you're AFK. We can play some games. I think I'm done tryharding. Too tryharding. For today.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, I can't TP bottom yet.
I must. Yes.
Just check my Discord. Okay.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Yes.
Oh, I think he saw me, dude.
Skitter scatter. Not yet. Killing spree. Alone with you. Diary you over. Yes.
Grandmaster has his ultimate.
Shuttle off.
That's too dangerous, dude.
Not yet. It's not time yet. shuttle off. I'm not ready. Scuttling in.
Scuttling in! Ah! They're still chasing me! Wait a minute, there's a shrine here. Oh my god! So damn persistent, dude.
I almost feel bad.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing.
This fucking guy.
Nothing to do until that's done.
Dude, that Rubik's actually the highest level in this game, huh?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
One man top.
Illusion. My life by the moon will be over. Your middle tower's under attack. Skitter on. The middle tower has been denied. Yes. Did you see the look on their faces?
I almost feel bad.
Yes. Scatter. A tighter weave.
Wait, why the fuck am I maxing Germany attack?
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
I think the swarm's better.
Rend you. Your bottom tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there. Fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Slash. You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower has fallen. Yes. Creep and crawl.
Go!
I'm not ready. It comes
Yes!
plucky little courier. Oops.
Suckers.
Snip, snip. Yes. Into the fray.
Oh, I don't even have TP scroll, Jesus.
I'm not ready. Yes.
You guys are all missing. Dun dun dun.
I am compelled. Yes. Creep and crawl. Skitter on. Cut and weave. Yes.
Should I be TP?
Just cuddling in. Killing spree! Double kill! Monster kill!
Maybe I should have been there.
Dire
Maybe.
structures are fortified. Yes. I am compelled. If your mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. A golden thread. Bitter patter. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. After them. It's not time yet.
You fucking fast ass monkey!
Dig in and defend that sucker. Strike. Into the fray. Rend you. Attack!
Yeah, if I basically stay top, I think they have to generally devote 2 heroes top just to stop me. I think. Oh, dude, this Monkey King, he bought a Vanguard. Ah, what a sucker! I'm sure he was trying to buy a Vanguard. I mean, he's trying to buy Battle Fury, but he just doesn't have farms, so now he didn't buy it. But now he's hard to kill. But he can't farm. But he's hard to kill.
Yes. Shuttle off. Infest.
This guy had Lincoln's Morph Mask, okay. You know what? You know, Vinny, it's just 2 PM in Canada, but you Asians are just sleeping.
I almost feel bad.
Sentries.
Cut you down. Not yet. The top tower needs some help.
Monkey's mid.
Creep and crawl. Not yet.
What the? Oh my god! Oh god, they set that trap up for me. Dude, he even had Cold Snap, huh? He used Cold Snap on me, didn't he? Jesus. Tornado!
Die with me.
I must repair what came undone. Yes. I loom. I'm not ready. I am compelled.
What the fuck?
Yes. I'm under attack.
Just need to go back to split pushing. Can't really beat them in team fights right now, looks like.
Your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Wah wah.
Yes. Radiant called in the fortification. Time yet. Your bottom tower is under attack. A golden thread. I must.
Illusions.
Skitter on. Snip, snip. Not yet. Yes. Vanish.
Oh, probably Monkey King, dude. Oh shit. I'm dead, dude. I want. Can I have that? Can I have that? Almost dead. Thanks. Got it. Wait, what? Oh no. It's quite cool.
Not yet. Yes.
Oh, Nature's Prophet. No.
It's not time yet. Yes.
Let's just leave him alone for now.
Cut and weave. Scuttling in.
You dead. Oh, I got hit by it, dude.
The great loom weave. Out of time's loom.
Shit.
I must.
Oh fuck, I actually got hit by it.
I loom. Not yet.
Oh god. Oh god! No! No!
It's not time yet.
No!
Yes. You better pump
Suckers.
on over to the bottom tower. Bottom tower.
Boom, 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 boom. Can't touch
I
this.
am compelled.
Nice. I'm not gonna go back in on that though. Oh shit.
Tower's under attack.
Yeah, what item do I buy to kill this Morphling though? He's kinda cool.
I am compelled.
Is that a real Monkey King? What the fuck?
Skitter scatter. Killing spree. You even watching your top tower? I see more. It's not time yet. Oh, take us. Scuttling in.
Scuttling
in. Not yet. Shuttle off. I'm not ready.
I'm lagging! I'm fucking lagging, man! Oh my god. Are we still here together?
Hey, they're bad. Good for you.
Fuck!
Roots and run.
Oh my god. Nullifier?
Top tower needs some
I
help.
don't know about that.
Oh, there better be something important going on. The top tower has fallen. Dire's putting up a barricade. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Ah, don't even know where to start with you. Mega
Oh god, am I on the wrong side of the map?
My
Hey, I'm bottom. I can't join you guys. Okay, wait. I almost feel bad.
The pattern is
Holy shit. They're hunting you. You're dead.
It's tough out there. Curry is just trying to make a living. It's not time yet.
This Slaughter's alone, man. He's alone. Get him! Get him!
Dominate! It's not time yet. Your middle tower has fallen. Why do I get the feeling you ain't taking this seriously? Mega kill!
I hear a squeak.
Cut you down. Yes.
Oh, BKB for what?
I'm not ready. Creep and crawl. Shuttle off. Out of time's weave. Scuttling it.
Scuttling out. Oh my god, there's a monkey king here. Oh, okay, buddy. See you later. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Bitter pattern. Swarm them.
Oh, Monkey King, I'll fuck your shit up.
I must.
Sure, fuck up this guy's shit right now. Holy shit. Fuck. Oh, too greedy. I didn't think they would be baiting him. Oh shit. That's greedy. Idiot. Thanks, Lulu. Hey, NP cut mid, or cut top.
Uproot and after them.
Yeah, just kill these creeps.
What, not your job or something? Unstoppable! Are you even watching your top tower?
Oh shit, man. I fucking lost in move.
Towers under a monster kill! We run. Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I think backdoor protection's about to kick in.
Your middle tower is under
So
attack.
theoretically,
And
they
over
can't
here
push.
We have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Your middle barracks are looking shaky.
That's why I need 3 hearts. If I had 3 hearts, I would survive there, man.
Top barracks are under
Right?
attack. fallen! Oh, the enemy just denied their bottom tower! Attack! Not yet! The bottom tower is under attack! Skitter on! I'm not ready! Infest! It's not time!
Oh, you god!
The bottom tower just took a dump. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. That's what I'm talking about.
Quas exor.
Got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. He ain't lying. Your ancient is under attack.
Look, man. Just stop backseat gaming, okay?
How you lose the game.
Jesus Christ.
Radiant ancient is nothing but trouble. Dire, take it all the way.
Yo, Addy, I know you think that you're good, man, but can you just stop backseat gaming? Do you really think you're better than these Divine Immortal players? God. I know everyone has a fucking theory on Dota 2, man. You have theories, you have strategies, right? But that doesn't make you better, okay? Don't act like you are. Please. Ooh. Hey, Nam Dota, you there? You want to play some party games? Oh, wait. I can't. I have to do something, guys. Hi, Deepesh. I'm okay. How are you? Although, unfortunately, today we lost too many games. Anyways, this game, I really don't think BKB is the item. Honestly, I don't give a shit. Like this Slaughter, maybe if Slaughter bought Blink Dagger, I would consider buying BKB. But he doesn't have Blink. He has to run up to me, right? He can't surprise stun me out of nowhere, right? I mean, yeah, Monkey King can use Boundless Strike, and Rubik, if he's quick enough, he can lift me, right? But that's why I have my time lapse. I don't give a shit, man. They had to kill me in like... They have 2 seconds to kill me. If they don't kill me in 2 seconds, I'm out. Just like that. That's why I don't want to buy BKB. Also, I don't want to buy Lincolns either. My biggest problem in this game is actually Corrosive Haze, and I can dispel it with Mantis Style, and I get damage, and the illusions do damage with Diffusal Blade. Also, I can dispel Venomancer's, what's it called? Venomous Gale with Mantis Style. Lincoln's does nothing against that. I mean, Lincoln's is not a bad item, I just prefer to do more damage. Anyways, just because you see a stun does not mean you need BKB, okay? That's fucking confirmation bias. Like, for my next item, what if I buy Heart? If I buy Heart, do you think they can kill me in 2 seconds? Good luck to them, right? Anyways, that was my last game. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Oh, you know, we were losing for quite a while, huh? Thanks, Boo. Yeah, today we lost like 50 MMR or something like that. It's not too bad. It's not like I lost 100 MMR, but yeah, I just don't like having red days. Anyways, Addy, like, I know what you're thinking, man. You see me get stunned, you're like, oh, I'm gonna need BKB, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I do, okay? Here, we actually have a picture for people like you. So just because you see something, you see one problem, it does not mean that you need to solve that problem, you know? Kind of like if you see a PA on the enemy team, right? Almost everyone thinks, oh, I see PA. Gotta buy Monkey King bar, 100%. Or I gotta buy Silver Edge, 100%. No, it doesn't mean that. You don't. Some games, I see PA, I don't even buy any of those items because I don't even care about PA. Because maybe PA has no farm. You don't want to counter a PA just because PA exists. Maybe a PA has no farm. You don't need to counter PA if he has no farm, right? Or maybe you already have a Pugna on your team who can kill PA in 1 second. Or maybe you have Winter Wyvern. Like, just because you see one problem in the game does not mean you need to solve it. There are many problems that you need to solve. Anyways, I was getting really close to level 25 and makes it even harder for them to kill me. What level was I? I was level 23. So, very hard for Slaughter to catch me with a stun since he has no Blink Dagger, right? He just can't really catch me. Like, how will Slaughter catch me, right? Monkey King, like, he has Boundless Strike. Yeah, he can Boundless Strike me, but he has no damage, so I don't really take damage from Boundless Strike, right? Morphling, I can disjoint his E-Blade and his Adaptive Strike with Shkuchi, with Manta Style, and with Time Lapse, right? There's 3 ways for me to disjoint Morphling shit. The only way they can really kill me is if they chain stun me perfectly. So in the case of Monkey King, he Boundless Strike, and then Rubik would have to telekinesis me immediately, right after the Boundless Strike ends. This makes it even harder if I buy a heart, which would have been my next item. If I buy heart, and I have, let's say, 3,500 HP, and they have 2 seconds or 2.5 seconds to kill me, very, very difficult, right? So you don't always have to solve every problem that you see. I don't see anything particularly special about this Invoker for the record. Anyways, any last questions or comments, guys? I gotta get out of here. I got some things I gotta do. Yeah, that's right, Deepesh. Yeah. You don't have to solve every problem that you see. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here. Quick question, I see a quick question. But your preference is Mjolnir or Battle Fury on Jug? I don't prefer either of those. That's like saying, do you prefer a spoon or a fork, right? Like, well, I prefer a spoon when I eat soup, but I prefer a fork when I eat meat. You know, it's a situation. I don't really prefer one or the other. Like, I don't think that any one is the better than the other. It's just a different tool, you know? Maybe another better analogy is, do you prefer a hammer or a shovel, right? Well, it depends on the situation. So, I have no preference. See you later, Deepesh. Chopsticks all the way. Well, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I'm really hungry. I've been streaming for 7 hours. So, have a great day or great night, guys. See you soon. Back tomorrow around the same time.